Finance and Investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. So now, Claudia, just remind our viewers that on our sign language desk, we have Jason Nanda and Chola Kauma.
All right, so that's what the order paper looks like today, Wednesday, 15th November 2023. One question for oral answer, understanding order number 74, and the House resolving to Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. We'll be back after adjournment to give you a recap of what will have transpired in the House. Just now we cross over to the chamber as we await the Speaker's position. Good afternoon.
shall we not blessed by those who bless? Let us, O her people, join as one, brothers, under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry, dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, O one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to achieve the peace, to advance the peace, prosperity, and the welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have two announcements to make. The first one is that, honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following honorable members and staff from the Parliament of Ghana. Honorable Andrew Asima Amwoko, MP, Second Deputy Speaker and Leader of Delegation. Mrs. Rosemary Arthur Sakodi, Acting Head, Table Office. Ms. Esther Doko, Administrative Secretary. Mr. Ezekiel Birikorang, Principal Usher. And Mr. Nathio Akwa, aide-de-camp to the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker. I wish, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. You are welcome. The second announcement, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following staff from the Parliament of Uganda. Ms. Harriet Aping, Assistant Director, Legislative Services. Ms. Adrine Natukunda, Assistant Director, Procedural Services. Ms. Jackie Bukai Guma, Principal Legislative Council. Ms. Simon Peter Tebago, Principal Systems Administrator. Ms. Tabitha Maria Kaunda, Senior Legislative Counsel. That is very close to Kaunda. Mr. Henry Kadu, Assistant Engineering Officer. I wish on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia to receive our guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. You are welcome. Thank you. Questions for oral answer under Standing Order 74. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question 141.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Mushanga, asking the Minister of Sports and Arts a five-part question, Madam Speaker. A, how many interns were engaged by the government under the Youth Internship Program from January 2022 to August 2023? B, which ministry engaged the highest number of interns? C, Madam Speaker, whether the government has any plans to engage more interns between August 2023 and January 2024. D, if so, how many interns will be engaged? And lastly, Madam Speaker, in E, if there are no such plans, why? In response, Madam Speaker, we wish to address this August House as follows. In A, the area member of Parliament may wish to note that the Ministry of Youth, Sport and Arts did not engage any interns under the Youth Leadership Internship Program during the period January 2022 to August 2023. Further, may wish to note that the Ministry launched the volunteership and graduate program on 7th December 2022 under the theme Unleashing Scalable Solutions for Youth Empowerment and Employment in Zambia. To this effect, the Ministry initiated the selection process after calling for applications on 17th January 2023. In B, Madam Speaker, the Ministry did not place any interns during the period under review. However, as stated in A, the Ministry only initiated the selection process of the youth to be placed as interns in 2020. In C, the Honourable Member of Parliament may wish to note that the Ministry has plans to engage 10,000 interns in a phased approach dependent on the availability of resources. To this effect, as of 1st October 2023, under Phase 1, 2,000 interns have been engaged for a period of 1 year, 1st October 2023 to 1st September 2024, under the Internship, Volunteer, Apprenticeship and Graduate Program. In D, Madam Speaker, further, the Honourable Member of Parliament may wish to note that the targeted number of interns to be engaged for the period 1st October 2023 to 1st September 2024, August 2023 is 2,000. However, As indicated in C, the ministry plans to engage 10,000 interns in a phased approach depending on the availability of resources. Madam Speaker, plans are there. In E, Madam Speaker, plans are there as stated above. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, out of the 2,000, that program that you have given a new name, are there any specific numbers for individual or each constituency, Madam Speaker? Thank you very much.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Owing to the overwhelming response from applicants, youths across the country, the ministry, Madam Speaker, did devise a strategy for an equitable selection of these particular applicants, and they said they determined that 17 per district will be the ones that will be taken on. I thank you, Madam Speaker, remembering that this is in a phased approach. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chipili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, how are you going to take care of the same people that you have engaged after 1 year? Are you going to, do you have any deliberate policy where you can instruct or ministry to take them on when the position arises? Thank you.
The Honorable Acting Minister for Youth, Sports and Arts.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for that follow-up question. Indeed, the whole purpose of internship programs is that you hope to expose our young people to the workplaces, and that ultimately, with such experience, it becomes fairly easy in order for us to organize placements. Obviously, subject to the performance of this particular individual applicants, as well as many other factors that may be considered, considering the small employment space that is available in our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, of the 10,000 total number that you have stated, and you went on to say that the young people will be engaged in a phased approach. Would you be in a position like to give like a phase 1, phase 2? How many youths will like be engaged, especially that they'll be engaged in a phased approach? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I earlier stated in my earlier response, Madam Speaker, yes, indeed, I did state that subject to availability of funds, as you may well be aware, this program is being carried out in conjunction with the United Nations. So as and when funds are made available, I think that that then opens up a window for us to take on more of those that have already been selected. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Acting Minister, for your comprehensive statement. I am aware that your ministry, or the ministry that you are representing, had over 30,000 applications of youth interns, which indicates that there's a big problem among the youth in this country in terms of employment and internship. And now that you're saying that, which is well understood, issues to do with funds, availability of funds, you're looking at 10,000 and 2,000. Are you looking at a holistic or multi-sectorial approach to work with other ministries or to engage the Minister of Finance in seeing how you're going to address this time bomb of having over 30,000 and you pick 2,000, which means over 28,000 are waiting. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister for Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for that follow-up question. Again, just to re-emphasize that we are indeed a one government, and that what the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Arts is doing is indeed cutting across the various ministries, except that obviously they hold the mandate to be able to identify such young people that would be deserving of internship. So it's already multi-sectoral. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Minister. Thank you very much. You have talked of 10,000 interns to be considered and, of course, to be taken in a phased manner approached with 2,000 already considered. This, Honorable Minister, you have said, depends on the resource envelope. Are you in a position, Honorable Minister, to share the estimated costs for these 10,000 to be taken on board, how much it will cost you with the cooperating partners? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister for Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for that follow-up question. I have not done the basic arithmetic. Safe to say that this program has provided for a bare minimum of 1,500 kwacha per intern per month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Iteji.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for the responses given. Just a follow-up question, Minister. For the interns who are currently serving, when opportunities for full-time employment comes along the way, are there any deliberate plans to ensure that those who are already interning, they are given opportunities? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister for Youth, Sport and Arts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member. Again, Madam Speaker, this is one of the ways, one of the methodical ways in which this administration would like to sort out a number of the problems that we're facing. I think by creating this internship program, we hope to come up with a database from which, obviously, we're able to give young people, in a fair and equitable manner, chances of getting permanent employment. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure, Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
When business was adjourned yesterday, Tuesday, 14th November 2023, the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024, presented to the National Assembly in September 2023, had just finished considering Head 34, Human Rights Commission. We now move to Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President. Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President. General Policy Debate, the Acting Leader of Government Business, Policy Statement.
Chairperson, I'm grateful for according me this opportunity to present the 2024 budget estimates of expenditure for the Teaching Service Commission. Mandate of the Commission. The Commission is established under Article 223 of the Constitution and draws its mandate from the Service Commissions Act number 10 of 2016. Among other functions, the Commission is mandated to recruit, appoint, confirm, separate, hear, and determine appeal cases, and to provide an oversight role on the management of human resource cases by human resource management committees in the teaching service. In order for the Commission to achieve its mandate, it works in collaboration with key stakeholders, namely the Ministry of Education, Teaching Council of Zambia, and teachers' unions. Mission statement. Chairperson, the work of the Commission is guided by the following mission statement: to manage human resource in the teaching service for quality education. 3 functions of the Commission. Chairperson, the Teaching Service Commission is charged with the responsibility of human resource management in teaching service as provided for in the Constitution Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 and the Service Commission Act number 10 of 2016. In line with the strategic focus of the 8th National Development Plan and the Vision 2030, the Teaching Service Commission will continue to implement its mandate in accordance with the strategic plan and balanced scorecard. The strategic plan has 2 themes, namely human resource management and operational excellence. The themes in the strategic plan will guide the Commission in effectively contributing to the attainment of the human and social development strategic focus of the 8th National Development Plan, whose main development outcomes are as follows: A, reduce poverty and inequalities, and B, improve human capital. The overall overview of the 2023 budget performance. Chairperson, the Commission was allocated a total of 12,704,093 kwacha only. Of this, 6,932,816 kwacha was for personal emoluments, and 5,771,277 kwacha for goods and services, which was funded to execute some of these listed activities as below mentioned. 4.1, Teaching Service Human Resource Management. Under this program, the following were achieved. 1, constituted the provincial human resource management committees in all the 10 provinces. 2, oriented the human resource management committees on the procedure for recruitment and placement of the teaching service in all 116 districts. 3, recruitment of 4,500 teachers through the decentralized model with the human resource management committees in order to improve quality education. 4, processed a total of 14,000 human resource cases in 2023. 4.2, under management and support services. Under this program, we procured office equipment, furniture, and motor vehicle. 5, 2024 budget estimates. Chairperson, the Commission has been allocated a total amount of 21,191,102 kwacha in the 2024 estimates of expenditure. The functions are performed through two key programs. One, teaching service human resource management. This comprises two sub-programs with the critical role of enhancing monitoring and evaluation to ensure compliance to set standards, guidelines, and regulations. Further, sensitize officers in the teaching service on human resource reforms and the revised terms and conditions of service. The Commission will also procure 3 motor vehicles. The program estimate is at 14,265,000 kwacha only. The sub-programs are teaching service human resource management services, and second, 2 is teaching service standards and inspection. Under management and support services, this is meant to undertake timely and effective provision of management and administration of support services to ensure smooth operations of the Commission. The program estimate is at 6,926,102 kwacha. The sub-programs are as follows, Chairperson. 1, Executive Office Management. 2, Human Resource Management and Administration. 3, Procurement Management. 4, Planning, Policy and Coordination. In summary, the Commission operational budget estimates for 2024 amount to 21,191,102 kwacha. Out of this, 8,362,112 kwacha is for personal emoluments, and 12,828,990 kwacha for goods and services, on which the above-mentioned programs will be undertaken. In conclusion, Chairperson, the budget estimates and the proposed program will greatly contribute to the attainment of human and social development. I therefore urge this august House to approve the 2024 estimates of, for the Commission as presented. Chairperson, I thank you.
Any further debate? Mr. Nyambose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving the special people of Chasefu to add their word on this important head. The special people of Chasefu would like to support this budget, Mr. Chairperson, and I want to start by commending the new Dawn administration, first, most importantly, for achieving or doing the decentralized recruitment, Mr. Chairperson. I have a testimony that since when the government took over power, using the Teaching Service Commission, they have really done the actual thing that is expected by devolving and decentralizing the recruitment process. Unprecedented visionary leadership, Chairperson. Chairperson, a budget increment from 2023 from 12.7 million to 22 million. This, I would have loved to give this Teaching Service Commission more than this, because what they are doing is seen by us who are in the rural constituencies. Chairperson is commendable. Now, looking at the 8.4 million already reserved for personal emoluments, that means no teacher will go without a pay, as they are recruiting and those who are saving. Chairperson, this is very good. Chairperson, before this government came into power, recruitments were done. Our children in Chasefu and other parts of this country were denied that opportunity. Now that we are seeing our people being recognized, it has brought hope. and we are seeing that the economies of our constituencies are improving because we are recruiting from within Chasefu. We may have gaps, which I'll highlight, Chairperson. I want to appeal to the Commission. The gaps that we are seeing, and have seen myself, within which needs to be resolved by this Commission, one of them is the delayed confirmation, Chairperson. I'm fully aware that this Commission has devolved some of the functions to district human resource management committees who are dealing with these issues. The expectations of the devolution or decentralization was that we shall have expeditious confirmations and handling of human resource matters. Alas, there are still some gaps. So I want to appeal to this Commission to check those institutions, districts and provincial human resource committees, if they are doing the right thing. So this budget will help the Commission to monitor the operations of these devolved authorities that have been given in our districts. Chairperson, we need to deal with these delayed confirmations. They are frustrating our teachers, our head teachers. We don't want them to be confirmed, to be deemed to be confirmed at the time they have retired. This is a matter that the Commission should look into seriously. The other gap, Chairperson, that we observe in Chasefu is the delayed separation. Just as confirmations, someone who has retired or he gives notice to retire, his file should be prepared in advance. As the Minister indicated earlier, sometime last year, that 3 months after retirement, one should receive his dues. Now, if the Minister of Finance is ready, why should the delay come through handling of the files? So it is these decentralized or human resource authorities that have been placed by the Commission which are not doing the correct thing. The Teaching Service Commission should be monitoring to ensure that these issues are resolved. The other issue, Chairperson, is the issue of retirement on medical ground. This is a matter as a country we should take interest. Those who are recommended or who are not serving or providing a service because of certain challenges, we should be able to constitute the medical boards on time so that their matters are determined and they are removed from the payroll. There are certain people who are sitting on government payroll and not providing any service at all because the Commission is not taking interest to ensure that these matters are resolved. People who are supposed to go on medical grants should be looked into seriously. It's a matter that you go around, you find some of them, you even know that they're supposed to go, but they're still on the payroll. The other issue is the issue of the Treasury Authority. As we are recruiting new teachers, there are those teachers who were recruited before, but they do not have the Treasury Authority. They are acting headmasters, acting deputy headmasters, senior teachers, but there is no Treasury Authority for that particular school. As we recruit new ones, let us address those. In Chasefu, we have so many headmasters who are acting headmasters where the Treasury Authority is not there. Some of them are sitting on positions. People are in another district in Rumezi. We want the headmasters in Chasefu, all of them, to sit and enjoy the benefits that comes with the appointment that you have given them. So this issue of the Treasury Authority, sort out those gaps that are there as we deal with these which we are recruiting now. The system now, Honorable Minister, is perfect. Treasury Authority is what people are recruited, they are able to get a salary. But those before whom you inherited, can you deal source for a Treasury Authority so that they can also be enjoying the benefits that go? The other issue, as I wind up, Mr. Chairperson, is the issue I talked about earlier, the issue of decentralized recruitment. It is important the Commission should use members of Parliament to validate these people are being recruited. The new Dawn has done its part. They have given policy direction, but some people are there to beat the system, where they sneak in names which are not from Chasefu. And as long as a member of parliament, us who are here, we are not able to validate whether this person is really from Chasefu, you find other people coming into the system, and a few months later on, they say, no, I want to join my husband. Didn't you know that you're coming from Chasefu? The answer is that we want the commission to use the members of parliament who are closer to the people to validate these lists or these recruitments. With those remarks, I salute the Minister of Education, the Commission, that I support this budget because the Commission is doing a commendable job. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Tayangwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Tayengwa. Mr. Speaker, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. First of all, Mr. Chairperson, I want to place it on record that we do support this budget from the people of Kabwat. Mr. Chairperson, one of the things that we really need to understand, if you look at the mandate for the Teaching Service Commission, it simply tells us that their mandate is to appoint, confirm, and handle issues of separation, and here are many appeals. My colleague from Chasefu has highlighted a number of issues. Suffice to say, Mr. Chairperson, that the issues that have been highlighted, we need to understand that when you have a demotivated Teaching Service Commission, then it will end up also bleeding the demotivated workforce. Again, you also do the same, whereby now you end up having a demotivated actual ministry. So, Mr. Chairperson, when you activate and motivate the Teaching Service Commission, you discover that even the workforce, the people that belong to the Teaching Service Commission, they'll be also motivated. And this is one of the commission that actually supersedes or looks after almost about 150 members or employees, the teachers themselves. Mr. Chairperson, if you look at the allocation for 2023 and 2020, yes, there is a minimal increment, and I do actually see that when you look at the issue of purchase of assets, the amount has actually gone to 200%. Then on goods and services, again, there's an improvement of 100%. Mr. Chairperson, if you want to have an effective workforce amongst the teachers, what you need to do is first to ensure that the Teaching Service Commission are looked after very carefully. Like I've been saying, some of these commissions, they face the same similar challenges. Even the same Teaching Service Commission faces a number of issues. For you to have these, what you call delegated committees, to go out there and hear appeals and hear confirmation and hear some of the issues that are supposed to hear, they need to be provided with resources. But if you look at the way the funding has been allocated to this institution or the Service Commission, I think we will not be able to manage to send out the delegated committees to go and hear appeals. The law states that these delegated committees, they're supposed to hear these appeals every month, but you find that they only sit maybe a quarter. Each quarter of each coming here, you see them sitting, and the other quarter they'll sit. But once we allocate more funds to these delegated committees, we'll be able to motivate them, and they'll be able to handle some of these issues. And that's the reason why the Teaching Service Commission, they were able to, they agreed that they should decentralize. So the decentralization part of it can only work when we allocate more resources for these delegated committees, so that when they sit, they are also given their resources. Mr. Chairperson, there's also need. So if you look at the Teaching Service Commission has only 5 commissioners. By law, they are supposed to be about 7 commissioners. So there is need to fill up that gap. There's no way we can only have 5 commissioners. I think there's need to fill up the gap. If it means to elevate some of those that are serving as commissioners, let's do it so that we can now bring in and motivate the commission so that they can also do their part by motivating those whom they are actually serving. Mr. Chairperson, I think the other issue also is the issue of the vice chair. the appointment of the vice chairperson to the Teaching Service Commission, I think that we need to ensure that the vice chairperson is actually appointed as soon as possible. The issue of transportation, Mr. Chairperson, if you look at the Teaching Service Commission, most of the assets that they have, they are actually borrowed assets. They are actually borrowed vehicles. You start from all the commissions, they are just using borrowed vehicles. I think there's need for the commission to buy more vehicles so that we can enhance, you can enhance monitoring and evaluation, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I think also there's need also to ensure that there's a cordial relationship amongst the commissioners themselves, the chairperson of the commission and the commissioners themselves. They need to work hand in hand so that we bridge these differences that these commissioners have. Also, there's need also to harmonize the remunerations of commissioners. Like I've been saying even from the past, that this commission, you find the chairperson is receiving 70,000 kwacha. The other person who comes or the other commissioner, they're getting 20,000. I think we need to harmonize. You cannot have a situation where people, in terms of salary remuneration, yet they are all appointed by the president, but the difference is too much. Look at even the allowances. You find somebody is getting 100% more than the other. I think we need to start harmonizing some of these issues, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, also, the other thing that I need to state is the commissioner secretaries. I think we need to assist these people because they have got so much work on them. Let's create some responsibility allowances so that we can motivate these people because they handle a lot of issues, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, as I conclude, Mr. Chairperson, I want to also state the Teaching Service Commission is one of the few commissioners that we have seen that they have not actually appointed a PWD, persons with disabilities. Let's ensure that all these commissions that we have around, they are represented by the PWDs. Because PWDs also, they're special people, and we need also to ensure that we are able to recognize most of the efforts that they do. Mr. Chairperson, lastly, I want to say that we need also to start seeing some supplementary budget for this commission, especially the Teaching Service Commission. Let's ensure that we also give them some supplementary budget because these monies that are being allocated to them, most of the monies, they cannot even meet some of the challenges that they are facing. So there is need, Mr. Chairperson, to ensure that we try by all means to formulate a supplementary budget for the Teaching Service Commission. Mr. Chairperson, with these few words, the people of Kawata say that they do support this aid 100%.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. Chairperson, for giving me this opportunity to add some few words on the Teaching Service Commission. Chair, the 21 million given to the Teaching Service Commission, I'm reluctantly supporting it, in a sense that the Commission has never been kind, especially to the people of Nyemba. The Commission has been very, I don't know, maybe I might use a word which is parliamentarian, but they haven't been good to us, to the people of Nyemba, in a sense that from the establishment we have in the district, over 60 teachers are not working from Nyemba. When it comes to recruitment, when we had 30,000 recruitments, Nyemba was given the list in the province, about 109, and small constituencies, which either population-wise, geographically, number of schools, very few from us were given double of our number. So the crime, I think we've committed that crime, I don't know. So the vacancies, if we talk about the vacancies in Nyemba, they are so vast. 60 teachers are not in Nyemba, meaning there is an opportunity to give us more 60 teachers. Chair, let me look at the new schools which are being built. If we say that we don't want to appreciate what we've done from CDF, then we are lying ourselves. We have done so much from CDF in terms of school infrastructure. And the establishment in these schools is not there. There's no teachers which are being recruited. Chair, through you to the Minister, in fact, of Education, in the last 28 months, we've added up 23 classrooms in Nyimba, because we had no schools in some areas. And thank God that we have this money now where we can control in terms of infrastructure development. And we don't have teachers in these schools. So what am I asking is, I'm asking the Teaching Service Commission that when you are giving those slots, please see to it, ask it, consult your people on the ground that how many schools have been built, how many numbers do we need. I know the fiscal space can't allow us to employ the numbers we want, but we need to improve, because even us, we are also people in that. I mean, we are part of Zambia, and we deserve good teachers. In addition to that, Chair, we need to start making new plans. I know the new Dawn government, you've got the capacity and you've got the brains to do this. We have areas which are unreachable. If you go to those schools, the establishment is full, but there are no teachers. For the simple reason, we employ teachers who don't even understand the terrain, they don't even understand what is there. Those who come from those areas, they are not employed. And the issue of convincing me that we're employing from the district, that doesn't even hold water. Because some of the people we see who have been employed in those schools, they don't even come from those districts. Because they can literally communicate with the locals. But we have employed them. 2 months, 3 months later, they are requesting for transfer. What is it that we are doing to those kids who grow up in the area like where I grew up, where you only talk to lions and elephants? So we need to see to it that those who have educated in those areas are given first priority to be included as teachers. They have the same qualification. It doesn't mean that when somebody stays in Lusaka, then he's got a better qualification than somebody who stays in the village. That should come to an end. On the other thing which is very important, I think, to the Minister of Education and the Teaching Service Commission of Zambia, it's just important that let's look at the teachers who were employed some time back. These teachers are qualified. Yes, they entered education with a certificate. They are upgraded to a diploma, and they have upgraded to a degree. There is no a gradual promotion to these people, even adding up to their salary. A teacher who was employed last year with 3 months experience is beating a teacher with the same qualification with 10, 15 years experience. What is it that you are doing? And the issue of telling me there is no money, that is unacceptable, because just man now, you've got 14.3 million for monitoring, evaluation in some of the districts. Why can't we do this? Surely the first time, yes, we can say it's forgivable, it's a mistake. But when you continue doing the same thing, it never be a mistake. Then you're doing it deliberately. So my issue to you, the Teaching Service Commissioner, Minister, when you sit with them, tell them that they need to do what is right. Those people who have got qualifications and better experience should be given enough money than giving the new recruited teacher. It demoralizes those workers. It demoralizes the teachers. Because a 25 years, 26 years old recruit is beating, with 3 months in experience, is beating in terms of salary, somebody who has been there in the service for 10 years with the same qualification and better experience. This one, we don't need to have teachers complaining next year. You've got enough money, and I'm expecting that next year we need to be told, the minister should come here and says we've promoted the following numbers, those who qualified, who got employed some time back. Chair, the other thing which I should add up is this. Teaching Service Commission, you need to work with your local management teams at the district level. The money you have, or the money which will come from the ministry, should be trickled down to the district education board secretaries. These people, they don't have money to manage their affairs of teachers at the district level. We need these people to be given enough resources, just as you are giving the Teaching Service Commission. The Teaching Service Commission, you have money for monitoring. Is this money trickling down to the people at the district level? These are the questions you start asking yourself. Failure for you to send this money down there, meaning the answer is equals to zero. Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity.
Mr. Mapani.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, for according me this opportunity to add 2, 3, 4 sentences to this very important motion which is on the floor of this House today. From the word go, Mr. Chairman, I want to support the allocation that has been directed to the Teaching Service Commission. If there was a way, of course, we would have advocated for more. But now that we are working within the umbrella of what we have, we still stand firm to support the allocation. This commission, of course, operates under the Act, and the functions are well spelled out. That one, among others, is to ensure that they constitute the offices of the teaching service, they make appointments, they confirm, promote, separate, and hear disputes from the teaching service. Given an opportunity, like I said before, I think we needed more money or resources towards this. Why are we saying this? The ministry, the commission superintends over the teaching services, and then we know the number of schools that we have in this country. Going by the schools that we have and the location, the two don't correlate because the money is not enough. The whole essence of having this commission is to ensure that we actually improve on the education services that are offered to our children, students, and even those who are in schools. But to do that, or to superintend, to inspect, to ensure that the services that are actually supposed to be offered are delivered, we need them to be all over. And when you say all over, it's all over the country. The Ministry of Education is one of the biggest ministries in this country. As such, schools are all over, and we need people to inspect and come up with exactly the findings, whether indeed what the ministry or the teaching service was designed for is what is achieved. Because if we don't do that, the services that will continue to be offered won't be that will be admired by the people across the country. So indeed, standing for myself, we need to have allocated enough. Further, it's very important to ensure that this commission continues to actually make follow-ups of the reports that they get from the teaching service, so that the people who are supposed to be promoted are promoted on merit. Unlike what we used to see before, where some people got positions purely on who they are and the political party they actually affiliated with. And that alone affected a lot of deliveries in the education sector. Further, it's very important to realize that this Teaching Service Commission wants to continue to monitor what's happening in these schools from the provincial levels to the district levels, so that the people being entrusted to learn the affairs of education are actually performing their duties diligently. The education sector has actually received a lot of resources this year or for next year. This shows how the new Dawn government places education in this country. So education has received a substantive amount of money, because we want to ensure that people across this country receive the education which is required. Our children before, or our parents before, used to spend a lot of money on this. But the new Dawn government has ensured that the basal issues are actually enforced to ensure that everyone, regardless of the families they come from, regardless of the societies they're coming from, they have been given an equal opportunities to get to school. So let their own inability or ability actually draw a distinction. Everyone now, as we stand, is free to get to school. Our parents now are able to save. Our children, there's what we call feeding programs, which has been introduced now to all schools. This alone encourages our pupils, our children, to go to school without actually any discrimination. Further, it's very important to note that it's from the education allocations that the Commission will superintend over that the grants now that we have been applying for have been actually increased and are paid to schools in time. So this alone helps the Teaching Service Commission to actually to ensure that the teachers do perform their duties. The skills of work that actually ought to be inspected. We expect the people who are called standard officers now, or the DEPs, to perform their duties so that our children in these schools can receive the services that we have always longed to have. It's also important to indicate that previously there were government or regimes that wanted to auction the government schools. Now the question is, who could have been at the secondary level if everyone, or if the auction was allowed? So it's up to us now, as teaching services, to ensure that now the schools were not commissioned, an opportunity that government will continue managing these schools. We have to ensure that we produce students or pupils of the standards that will help to manage the affairs of this country and take them to the levels or the levels we have always longed to have. The Ministry of Education is quite a very, very serious ministry. Today we are here because of education. Today we are here and project ourselves in the near future to be called doctors. Because of what? It's because of education. So we need to ensure that we actually monitor, coordinate where we have gone wrong, so that the education sector is actually managed above board, and the services that are defined in your mandate as teaching service commissioners are actually performed to the expected levels. I thank you.
Mrs. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a very important commission which takes care of the teachers. With no one in this country can be able to speak English without being taught. And even for that, all of us who are here as members of parliament, it's because of a teacher. Now, Mr. Chair, I have a challenge with this commission. The challenge I have, most of my colleagues have alluded to. And this challenge is that why is it that we are employing people who cannot even communicate with our children, like in Chiengi? You bring, I'm not being tribal, but you bring somebody who is speaking a certain language, and our children there, they're not really used to speaking English. So in order for a teacher to teach, should be that communication with a child. Now, if a person cannot communicate in Bemba or Wile or Tabwa, how are these kids going to be helped? It's very important that this teaching commission starts to sit with the members of parliament, because the members of parliament, they can come up with a list. Like in Chiengi, we have a database of teachers who are left out year in, year out. But we keep on receiving teachers who cannot even communicate with our children. So it's very important that I hope the teaching commission is listening to this, what I'm saying. Please, please, we are not being tribal, but the child needs to communicate, especially for the children who are in the rural areas like Chiengi. And I believe even in, is it Luangeni? Even there, we need a teacher who would have that communication with a child. So our cry is that please give a chance to members of parliament. Sit with them, ask them, Do you have a list? In Chieng, as we're talking, Mr. Chair, we have teachers who graduated years ago, and now they're aging. At the same time, the Teaching Commission keeps on leaving them out when it's time to employ them. So we have teachers now who are even almost 30 to 40 years because they're being left out. The Teaching Commission then should come back to Parliament to say, do not train anyone who is above 30 years. Then maybe that will help. But as it is, we have teachers who are between 30 and 40 years, Mr. Chair, who cannot be employed by the Teaching Commission. So it's very important that they take note and give chance to these who are between 30 and 40. They are Zambians. They are Zambians and they deserve to be employed by our government. And the other thing, Mr. Chair, is that we have teachers who are old-timers, who are now 50 years like myself, who deserve to be given at least a direct promotion, the increase of the salaries. Somebody, you don't expect anyone to go back to go and have a degree at my age. The brain is so stuffed with all that they've passed through. So, Mr. Chair and the Commission and the Honorable Minister for Education, please, Honorable Minister, Honorable Information, I need the attention of the Minister of Education. Please, thank you. Honorable Minister of Education, we have, yes, we have people who are above 30 years, and we need to employ them. In Chienge, we have a lot of them. And I'm talking about direct promotion or salary increment for those who are above 50 years, those who are about to retire, and those who are almost 60 years. So it's very important that this Minister of Foreign Affairs listen to this. He shouldn't take it lightly. Because these are Zambians we're talking about, it's their right. They've written letters all over to appeal to the Teaching Commission that they should be promoted. You don't have to wait for them to upgrade their studies to degrees or what. But since they've been in the service and they are almost 60, they are left with 5 years to retire, I think it should be everyone's interest to give them an honor to retire with dignity. I hope my message is so clear to both the Teaching Commission and also the Minister of Education. To conclude, Mr. Chair, we cannot be making a child who has graduated to go and pay for Teaching Commission when they are not in the service yet. I think that's not fair. It is not fair. We say, when I want to employ you, you should have this document. Where are they going to get the money? Especially in Chiengi. Mr. Chair, we've got a lot. When I say a lot, I'm not exaggerating. Close to 300 and above teachers. Kids come here, they get trained, and they go back to where to be employed. And sometimes for them to get the copy of the newspaper, maybe the member of parliament should get a cutting and take a copy and put it on the WhatsApp group. And it's not everyone who can access that information. It's important that the ministry takes it upon them, the commission takes it upon themselves to put up offices, satellite offices in each district, just for the sake of these people, especially in Lwangeni, in Chiengi, even in Mafinga, where we have some kind of a leader of opposition. So it's important. It's very important that our children, they have access to this information. Please, it's very important. Please, Teaching Commission, this time around, I'll stand here on the floor of the August House. Don't bring us people from outside. Bring us people from Chieng. We are ready to chase them, and I'll be in front. Bring us people from Chieng. We have children that have been living out year in, year out. Please be sincere in your employment or deployment. We want our children to be employed. When it comes to the defense, they're left. Police, everything, they're left out. But this time around, I want members of parliament, those from rural areas, to agree with me. We don't want teachers that you bring there because they are not used to draw water from the stream or the river. They come back to town. We want the ones that are used to draw water from the streams or from the boreholes or from the lake. those are the ones that we want to be in Chiengi. I thank you, Mr. Chair, and I insist, may the Teaching Commission never again bring people from outside. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Information and Media Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to ventilate a few ideas on the motion on the floor of this House. Let me begin by indicating that I'm a happy member of Parliament to belong to the leadership of President Hakainde Hichilema. Because this is a president who has walked the talk. The usual political rhetoric of giving promises that can't be met is now history. His Excellency, the President, promised in his first address to Parliament job creation. This sector is one of the beneficiary sectors. Today, as we talk about the Teaching Service Commission, they are a happy commission because they have work on their hands to do. In the first 2 years of the New Dawn administration, they have employed more than 30,000 teachers for this country. Very unprecedented and quite historical. If you add up the numbers, Mr. Chairman, of employed teachers for the 10 years before New Dawn administration, it is a poetry you can't even think of comparing. This is what it is to have a president who promises things that match his skill set to deliver. But, Mr. Chairman, as we speak, there is currently running a recruitment process where 4,500 teachers are being recruited. Both the more than 30,000 and these 4,500 are being recruited on merit. No human interaction, no favoritism, no nepotism, no political connection, but just academic qualification. This is what people who went to school want to see happen in Zambia. A return to meritocracy and a departure to mediocrity. Mr. Chairman, in the budget for 2024, the Teaching Service Commission will be employing another 4,200 teachers to add to these numbers. I was not very good at mathematics at school, but I think this is already more than 40,000 teachers within the first 3 years of the New Dawn administration in office. Now, let us put it this way, that at this rate of employing teachers through the Teaching Service Commission, and all factors being equal, one would be able to arrive at a number that if New Dawn administration were to be in government for 10 years, like another party would have been in government for 10 years, if they were employing at this rate, they would have employed 400,000 teachers. The teacher deficit we found hovering around 150,000 teachers would have been a thing of the past by now. Many graduates were roaming the streets with their certificates without ever having an opportunity to be employed because monies were not being placed or allocated to priority areas such as education. The people of this country, Chairman, voted wisely in 2021. That is why we have money not going to be shown around by a few cadres. The money is going where it matters. employing teachers. This is the government the people wanted. And that is why no one should think of a return to the dark days where money would go in the pockets of a few at the expense of employing teachers. Mr. Chairman, as a teaching service commission employs teachers, they are a happy commission because they know that the teachers they are employing are going to find good numbers of pupils attending school without fail and highly motivated because they are getting free education their government is paying for them. Yet another milestone of an electoral commitment which has been fulfilled, much to the dismay of the doomsayers. This has been delivered. The Teaching Service Commission, as they employ, will be very happy because they know that the teachers they are employing are going to find decent and qualitable accommodation which is being built through CDF. The President has instructed that most of our public utility places, such as schools and clinics, especially in rural areas, must be connected to electricity and also should have clean running tap water. This is the government the people of Zambia voted for in 2021, and it is delivering. The Teaching Service Commission, as they employ, will be very happy to note that their teachers will find highly motivated children who are not seated on the floor. They are sitting on desks, courtesy of CDF and New Dawn administration. Mr. Chairman, as the Teaching Service Commission employs, they will be happy to note that their teachers are being invited by government to be productive and earn an extra income by the creation of the agricultural credit loan window, so that those who are in remote areas and want to engage in agro production can access this loan and be productive and earn an extra income. This is a visionary leadership. No wonder in the future if someone warns you that I have no vision, then you go ahead to put someone who has no vision. It's very dangerous, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Teaching Service Commission are now happy that the teachers who they are employing, even those who are not yet employed, the New Dawn administration, the moment it came into office, it reduced the amount of money payable to teaching license by 15%. This is a government that the people of Zambia wanted. Mr. Chairman, as we sit here, look at the Teaching Service Commission. They are happy. Just like most families who are sending their children to go and learn free of charge, the nightmare of thinking of where to get tuition fee is over. This is a good government that the people wanted. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like just to mention a few things which were coming out at the debate. First of all, I wish the Honorable Katuta was here. The suggestion she is making is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. You cannot say that if you bring other Zambians into Chieng, we shall chase them. What are you implying? You are saying that the children who get employed elsewhere in this country, if they are coming from Chieng, they must be chased. Is that the implication? And we cannot say that whilst the world is listening. How do you want to divide Zambia? So where is your one Zambia, one nation? If you check from 1960, the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, Kaunda used to send, if you are from Southern Province, go and teach in Northern Province. If you are from Eastern Province, go and teach. Which language were they using? If you want to say that those children do not understand the teacher's language. Extremely dangerous. And we must not be thinking like that as members of parliament. Anybody is going to be employed. If you are a Zambian, you will work anywhere where your services are required. And by the way, Nyimba, we don't recruit locals. We recruit in a district. Suppose you had a deficit of 60 teachers, like you are saying, and you only have 5 locals. How are you going to share them if others cannot be taken there from another district? So also, I heard that they were slow in confirmation. Yes, we agree with that. Because this is a legacy problem. It started for over 10 years. If they used to do what is right for over 10 years, like my colleague was saying, if they were employing the way we are employing, they could have overemployed actually. In fact, we were not going to have any teachers roaming the street. We could have now started exporting teachers. But we still have a deficit in this country. And let me just remind ourselves, if President Hakainde did not indicate that we employ more than 30,000 teachers, in the next 20 years, we would have been importing teachers. So what the president has done actually is to make sure that he helps other 2 presidents ahead of himself. Because no one wanted to take their children to colleges of education. Because after all, after they have finished, they'll be on the street. Today, you can go to any college of education because they know that one day they will be employed. Many are applying to go in colleges of education and school of education in universities. That is how a normal government works. But in terms of confirmation, it is just a backlog. At first, when we just came, even these upgrades, we were told it was just 10,000. When we did an audit, there were more than 30,000 because somebody was not doing their job. They sat there and thought that they were running a school system. If I was not a Minister of Education, I could have said that the ministry was damaged beyond repair. But now I'm Minister of Education, I have to repair. But the damage is immense, very immense. To look after almost half of the civil service, they are in the school, in the Ministry of Education. And we'd like to thank the Minister of Education, the Minister of Finance. Releases are there. And by the way, Honorable Mweto, you forgot one important issue about children not paying for exams. The president said if you give free education up to grade 4, and then you surcharge the parents and say pay for exam, many children were failing to write the exams because the parents were not affording to pay those exam fees. And the president said, remove all the exam fees, government pays directly to ECZ. That's how normal governments work. That's how normal governments work. And if you do not invest in the people that you see, you can never invest in mining. Where are you able to find metallurgists? If you cannot invest in the people that you see, you cannot invest in agriculture. Where are you going to find soil scientists? So everything lies squarely in the education system. Invest in your own people, you have invested in the economy. What is the best economic policy? It's education. The second one, education. The third one, education. That is what we are doing. We are trying to create a generation that will save all of us in the next 40 years. This is where we are coming from. How do we want our school system to be like in the next 40 years? Finland had to go that way, and it took them 40 years. They have the best education system. And we thank government, especially the Minister of Finance, who is funding heavily the minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mwambazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, the leader of government business, for that policy statement. Mr. Chairman, there's been adequate debate over the issue of Teaching Service Commission. I will just add a few words, because when I look at teaching service standards inspection, which has increased from 3.3 million to 6.1 million, and looking at the scale and also the number of teachers sitting under the Ministry of education. I think this is a drop in the ocean if we look at issues of providing monitoring and evaluation in various districts by Teaching Service Commission. It's imperative that we still look at ways and means on how we can ensure that Teaching Service Commission is adequately funded. Because, Mr. Chairman, standards are very important in our curriculum, and also to ensure that our teachers adhere to the teaching standards to that effect. So how then can the Teaching Service Commission provide even issues of capacity building and also support sittings in terms of performance around the country? So if I look at what has been provided for, it's not very adequate. I think in the policy statement, it was highlighted that they'll buy 3 vehicles, which is not adequate. So it's important, Mr. Chairman, that such important commissions, such as the Teaching Service Commission, are adequately looked at to ensure that even as the government has embarked on this policy of recruitment, robust recruitment, of 30,000 teachers and now 4,000, it's important that also this commission is really looked at to ensure that they provide the service which is required to monitor, to evaluate, to also ensure that our teachers adhere to standards stipulated by the government to that effect, to improve our standards of education in this country. Also, Mr. Chairman, let me also comment on the issue of the welfare of teachers, issues of promotions, issues of teachers' transfers, which my other colleagues have adequately debated on, that if such a commission is not properly funded, then we will endeavor not to be able to achieve the objectives of this commission to ensure that they help the Ministry of Education in carrying out their monitoring countrywide to that effect. So, Mr. Chairman, in my contribution to this important headed 09, I think it's important that we ensure that this commission is properly funded to that effect. If you look at planning, policy, and coordination, there's only 390,000, and office management, there's only 100,000. Then how do we achieve that which we want to, and also to see that the commission works and performs effectively to support that which government is doing to the Zambian people? So in my conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I support this budget, but I just implore that we ensure that this commission, one of the most important commissions, because education is the best equalizer. And for us to achieve that and to ensure that Zambian people coming from all walks of life attain and also get that required education, it starts from the commission to push up those guidelines, regulations, and also capacity building to our teachers. Mr. Chairman, I thank you as I support this budget. Thank you so much.
The acting leader of government business wind up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for the opportunity just to wind up. Just a recap. The commission mandate is to recruit, which aspect has been talked about here extensively, appoint, confirm, separate, hear and determine appeal cases, and to provide oversight role of the management of human resource cases by human resource management committees in the teaching service, which human resource management committees are in each and every district. So a lot has been done by the human resource, the teaching commission of Zambia. You have brought out quite a few challenges, as you debated. Challenges in terms of the adequacy of the funding itself. Yes, it's true, but literally, this is applicable to each and every head that we are talking about here. Yesterday, everybody was saying, this is not enough, this is not enough, this is not enough. It will not, money will not be enough. We will do with what we have available. As the economy grows, so will the funding grow in the various sectors and various heads. We have to do with what we have. And I have no doubt in my mind that the Commission is able to do exactly that. With the little resources that they have, they will utilize them efficiently in order to ensure that this sector runs to our expectations. Because as you say, the education is the best equalizer. And what we are doing is we are investing in education because human resource is what determines the path to progress. It is important to note here that we take the challenges that have been outlined with the seriousness that they deserve in terms of confirmations, in terms of separation, delays, in terms of medical discharges that are being delayed, etc. The Commission will work day and night to ensure that we overcome some of these challenges. But it would not be enough if I did not say something about some erroneous debate that was brought to fore on the floor of Parliament from the Member of Parliament for Chiangi. I think it's important to read sometimes. Yes, the first recruitment of 30,000, which we should all praise the Teaching Commission for having successfully undertaken a huge task to recruit 30,000 plus in 1 year, has never been seen before.
Yeah.
They should be applauded for what they did. They will continue, they have continued to employ. They are continuing to employ 4,500. Again, it's a milestone. It has never happened before. But it's important for the honorable members to be able to read some of these adverts. Yes, in the 30,000, we had capped to 45 years for those who would like to apply. But consequently, a listening government listened to the people complaining and saying, no, we should not cap it. Even 45 years is not good enough. It should be open. We have opened it. From 18 years upwards, you should be able to apply. And if you have the necessary qualifications, you should be able to get into the teaching service. The other, which has brought a lot of debate on the floor of this Parliament, is the recruitment, the local recruitment. When we say local recruitment, what we are referring to basically is to recruit local, but it has nothing to do with ethnic extraction. So if you are in Kaputa, but I am a Luvale from Northwestern Province and I'm in Kaputa, I've been living there for 20 years, I am local and entitled to be employed or recruited as a local. This is what we mean, so that we maintain the one Zambia, one nation motto. You can be posted anywhere and still be local. So local should be understood in the context of locality, being in that locality, being a resident of that locality for a long time, and not by ethnic extraction. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President, head total 21,191,102 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? Mr. Chuya.
Mr. Chair, I need your protection. They are mispronouncing my name behind here.
What is he saying?
Chue. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Acting Leader of Government Business, I would want to take you to page 100, Table 5, Program 5599. Are you there, Honorable Minister? Page 100, Honorable Minister, Table 5, under Program 5599. And that is Management and Support Services. I would want to find out, under Sub-Program 005 on Procurement Management. Honorable Minister, in 2022, there was no allocation. In 2023, there was no allocation. And we are saying we want to allocate 150,000 towards this program for 2024. What has necessitated this allocation? I thank you, Chairperson.
The Acting Leader of Government Business.
You are absolutely right. In both those years, 22 and 23, there was nothing. And that indicates that this is a new sub-program. It's a new sub-program which was under human resource, and there has been some realignment. And this is why we have allocated 150,000 to that effect. I thank you.
Mr. Banda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Minister, page 95.
What did you say? The minister could have not gotten you correct.
No, I've told him page 95. I'm waiting, he's flipping his pages.
You said what? Because you speak...
I said Minister, Chair, or maybe you want me to scream.
Speak with a bit of buzz.
Okay, that's how my voice is, Chair. I said page 95, and the Minister is flipping, so flicking his pages. Are you there, Minister? Table 1, number 21, personal emoluments. Minister, in 2023, it was 6.9. Oh, sorry. In 2023, it was 6.9, and now it's 8.3. So the difference, is it that you have increased their salaries, or have you employed more people? The reason why I'm asking, Mr. Minister, is because the same commission is failing to actually upgrade teachers, confirm them. Some of them have been working for 10 years, and they can't proceed on leave. And perhaps this money should have been channeled to Ministry of Education, so that Ministry of Education can help those teachers. The second one, can I continue?
You can continue.
Page 96. Table 2. Program 5520, or maybe it's a code 5520. This is on teaching service human resource management. 2023, it was 7.7 million, and it's doubled to 14.2 million. Honorable Minister, is this just for monitoring and evaluation? Why are you giving them so much money? Because I believe monitoring and evaluation is a continuous process. If they did that last year, why do we have to double it this year? And besides, like teachers are complaining, they're not being upgraded, Minister. Thank you.
The Acting Leader of Government's Business to respond.
For avoidance of doubt, we are talking about page 95 in the Yellow Book, Table 1, under 21, that is personal emoluments, which was 23, in 2023, approved budget was 6.9 million, increased to 8.1 million with a variance of 1.4 million, which is approximately 20% in variance. And this budget increase is in the number of is due to the number of staff for the year 2024 for continued partial implementation of the Commission's revised structure. So here, Honourable Member, there's an increase in staff. So the staff levels have gone up. Consequently, the amount of money that is due to them must go up. So it's the quantum that has changed. Thank you. The other one, again for avoidance of doubt, is on page 96, table 2, code 5020, that's teaching service, human resource management. 2023 budget allocation was 7.7 million kwacha. It is gone to 14 million kwacha with a difference of 6.5, which is 84% in variance. And this is due to scaling up of human resource reforms via the delegation of more of the Commission's functions to human resource management committees and monitoring and evaluation. So essentially here, Honourable Member, is the inclusion, the infusion of the district human management committees, which definitely will need the funding, and this is why there has been this drastic jump in terms of funding. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I put the question. The question is at Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President, Head total 21,191,102 stands part of the estimate. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President, head total 21,191,102 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to Head 27, Public Service Management Division. Head 27, Public Service Management Division, General Policy Statement, the Acting Leader of Government Business, Policy Statement.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to make the policy statement. On the budget, Chairperson, I wish to thank you most sincerely for according me this opportunity to present the 2024 estimates of recurrent expenditure for the Head 27 Office of the President, Public Service Management Division. Chairperson, the division is charged with the responsibility of public service management as provided for in the Government Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. The functions of the divisions are human resource management and development, establishment control, records management, as well as strategic and performance management services. Chairperson, the role of the Public Service Management Division is in line with the vision and mission statements outlined below. The vision statement. a transformed public service with competent and ethical human resource delivering quality services. Mission statement: to oversee and manage the human resource in the public service for efficient and effective services. Overview of 2023 operations. Chairperson, in 2023, the Public Service Management Division was allocated 49,754,554 kwacha and recorded the following achievements. A, devolution of human resource functions. The division undertook capacity building of human resource management committees for all ministries. Further, the division processed attachments for 35,245 employees from ministries whose functions have been devolved to the local authorities. B, monitoring of human resource functions. Undertook monitoring and evaluation of the performance management package as well as compliance to the human resource training and development policy. C, sensitization programs. The division sensitized the labor movement and ministries on the revised non-legislative policy documents. D, human resource management and development. The division managed to process a total of 1,078 first appointments and separated a total of 2,390 during the period under review. Further, a total of 1,088 scholarships were mobilized from cooperating partners to support public service capacity building. On technical support, Mr. Chairman, provided technical support to ministries, provinces, and other spending agencies on performance management, training and development, as well as record management. F, establishment control. During the year under review, the division verified and updated the public services establishment. This resulted in production of the establishment register to support the estimates of expenditure on personal emoluments for the financial year 2024. G, pre-retirement training. Under the Future Search project, the division trained 1,800 public service employees in mind transformation, change management, personal financial management, and retirement documentation requirements. Coming to the 2024 budget estimates, Chairperson, the Public Service Management Division functions are performed through 5 key programs, namely, 1, human resource development. The objective of this program is to facilitate the effective implementation of the human resource development function in the various ministries, provinces, and other spending agencies. The objective includes provision of technical support, tracking knowledge and skills transfer in the civil service, as well as development of policies on training and development of staff in public service. The program summary estimate is at 4,215,214 kwacha. Human resource information and planning. The program will ensure optimum utilization of human resource in the public service. This will be done through the implementation of performance management package, conducting human resource planning and reforecasting, as well as maintaining an accurate establishment register. The program will also facilitate reorganization of registries in ministries, provinces, and other agencies to ensure the effective and efficient management of public service records. The program summary estimate is at 25,678,000 96 kwacha. The following are the sub-programs. A, Human Resource Information and Planning, and B, Organization Management. Under Human Resource Technical Services, this program will facilitate the formulation, interpretation, and review of human resource policies in the public service, as well as coordination of the bargaining process between government and public service unions. The aim of the program is to ensure industrial harmony and build a professional and ethical public service. The program summary estimate is at 9,617,491 kwacha. Recruitment. 4. Recruitment and placement. This program will facilitate effective, efficient recruitment and placement of employees in the public service to ensure optimal availability of personnel for continued quality service delivery. The program summary estimate is at 7,868,835 kwacha. Under management and support services, the program will facilitate provisions of logistical support services for smooth operations of the division. The program summary estimate is at 32,172,230 kwacha. The following are the sub-programs. A, Executive Office Management. B, Human Resources and Administration. C, Procurement Management. D, Planning, Policy and Coordination. E, Transport Management. And F, Records Management. In summary, the Public Service Management Division operational budget estimate for the financial year 2024 amounts to 79,551,866 kwacha. Chairperson, the budget estimate before this august House will enable the Public Service Management Division facilitate efficient and effective operations and payments of personal emoluments. The Public Service Management Division will continue to ensure excellency in service provision. In this regard, I wish to appeal to the honorable members to support the estimates of expenditure for the Public Service Management Division as presented. Chairperson, I thank you.
Any further debate? Mr. Daka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, for giving an opportunity to people of Chadiza to make a contribution. Mr. Chairperson, PSMD is a very important division in the management of the public service payroll. Mr. Chairperson, as you are aware already that 50% of our budget is personal emolument, and this institution of government is very key to managing the payroll in a manner that would not allow any financial leakages, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, we have seen so many leakages which are emanating from weaknesses within the PSMD with regards to management of the payroll. Mr. Chairperson, this comes about when this institution is conducting transfers and promotions. Mr. Chairperson, you find that they would transfer a key personnel from one institution like a medical doctor to another hospital without creating a vacancy where he's heading to. And how do they do this? Mr. Chairperson, that medical doctor will carry the pay point from where he's been transferred from to a new place. What does that create? That, Mr. Chairperson, creates a crisis where he has come from. Basically because this denies the people in the vicinity where he has left a vacuum from the required service. And this, Mr. Chairperson, shouldn't be tolerated because this is one of the recipe ground or a very fertile ground for creating ghost workers. Because when the Auditor General goes to do head counts or to go and do payroll audits, they'll find out that when they go to where that worker is supposed to be based, they won't find that particular personnel
because he has since been transferred to go and work elsewhere whilst carrying a pay point. So in the audit report, it will indicate that that worker doesn't exist, when in actual sense, he has basically carried the pay point elsewhere. So that, Mr. Chairperson, creates a lot of problem in various public service divisions. So I'm appealing to the PSMD that you should first of all create a vacancy where that worker is supposed to go before you could effect a promotion or a transfer, because this creates a lot of problem in human resource management. Mr. Chairperson, we have, Mr. Chairperson, the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018 requires human resource officers to submit monthly returns and reconciliations to their controlling officers. What do we see, Mr. Chairperson? This doesn't occur. These people, Mr. Chairperson, is like business as usual. You find that what is compelled out of this very important law, Mr. Chairperson, is not being followed. And a lot of controlling officers have been found wanting with regard to following the Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 2018. Mr. Chairperson, you know, prudency in managing public resources is quite cardinal to our nation. You know the limited fiscal capacity that we have as a country, and yet you want to actually be reckless in the manner in which you manage your meager resources. These resources, Mr. Chairperson, are needed, are very much needed in very key sectors of our economy, like schools, hospitals, and so forth and forth. But you find that this division is unable to manage the payroll very well because of not following the guidelines under the Public Finance Management Act. Mr. Chairperson, you find the deceased getting paid because of not following some of these things. You find people who have been dismissed still getting paid. Yeah. Mr. Chairperson, some of these vices that I'm mentioning can be avoided if this division, very important division of governance, follows the guidelines under this very important act. Mr. Chairperson, how do they avoid such type of mismanagement? It's their duty, Mr. Chairperson, to ensure that they employ men and women with integrity. It's their duty, Mr. Chairperson, to employ or to capacitate the already existing personnel that they have. They have got two important people in this institution, which they call them end user and the super user. Mr. Chairperson, these are the ones who conduct payroll imports. Whenever they transfer or they employ new personnel, these two key personnel, Mr. Chairperson, they conduct payroll import. You find that if you employ men and women who have got no integrity at all, that's what, these are the primary causes of what you refer to ghost workers. They can end up inputting people who don't even exist, the ones that I've just said, dead or even they dismissed. Mr. Chairperson, it's very important that these, what the so-called end users or super users, are men of integrity and are men who have been trained to the fullest so that they ensure that our resources are taken care of properly. Mr. Chairperson, it's a duty of this unit to make sure that they create and tighten internal controls. They have to make sure that the internal auditors, those who audit human resource, they up the game. They have to be up in terms of making sure that they safeguard our meager resources that we have as a country. So they have to make sure that there are proper controls as they manage human capital in our country. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you as I support this budget.
Mrs. Katuta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to put it on record that I know how to read, to those who are wondering if I cannot read. And I'm talking about things that are on the ground, not theory. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving the people of Chiangi this opportunity. Mr. Chair, PSMD, as a policy statement, is supposed to take care of emoluments for the civil servants and also I would say their well-being, their social well-being. Now, Mr. Chair, we have members of staff from DMMU who were removed from DMMU, and as we're speaking, most of them, not all of them, some had a chance or they were lucky to be deployed to other stations, but the majority, they are there at PSMD. In the meantime, at DMMU, we have those who've replaced them, they're getting paid. And at PSMD, those people who are not working, they're getting paid. Mr. Chair, I think it's about time that the government got serious with the wastage of monies through these salaries. We have whoever does something in the civil service, seeing the process of hiring someone in the civil service is not like 1+1. They are all packed at PSMD. What are they doing there? And when we have vacancies in the government, Mr. Chair, I'm yet to see an advert that we're going to employ officers at the OP, like the way Ministry of Home Affairs does, or Ministry of Defense. How do these people get the jobs of maybe counsels or these lawyers at Ministry of Justice? How do they get these jobs as accountants at the Ministry of Finance? How do they get these jobs? How do they get these jobs? It is a constitutional right of every Zambian who has proper papers to be employed by its government. Now, when we see what is happening, we have some children, some graduates who graduated, who would want to save our country through the government. They've knocked at the doors, not only today. I'm talking of PSMD, because in my language we say, kupiana fiance. Okay? I would not go deep because some people not understand. When you take over everything. There are children who have been, I would say children, because these are our children, who have been knocking at the doors of PSMD. But up to now, when you go to DMMU, you find there are new faces. Where did they come from? If you go to these other ministries, there are new faces. When did they get recruited? At least ZRA has the guts even to advertise. Even if they don't employ those who go for interviews, at least somebody will be thinking maybe we're too many of us. Those are the ones that they've employed. But what is happening at PSMD? I would like to know. And to those who think I cannot read, they should show me the adverts. How are they employing these people? And why are they removing people from their offices, replacing them with other people coming from outside? That's the question. It's very important that we are transparent. If we are to walk the talk, we are transparent as a nation and to give chance to all the Zambians. And this thing of saying PF did this, it's not helping the nation. Because if PF failed, if MMD failed, if UNIP failed, we want to see a real change, a difference in how the PSMD is handling the human, I would say how they are managing I would say human resource. How are they doing this? It's very important. We cannot go on to think, no, if somebody talks, you cannot read or what. PSMD must stop employing at night. They should start advertising. We want to see all the graduates applying, not because they have an honorable member of parliament who should push an application. It's very wrong. It's very wrong. Let the Zambians be employed. I'm speaking with that pain because I know the majority of people from Chiengi, Mr. Chair. the young people who have graduated, they've been knocking at the doors of these civil service where they want to be employed, but nothing. Okay, is PSMD only for those who are within? No, but how do they get those they employ? That's the question. And also the promotions. How do they promote these people? You cannot get someone who was a junior to someone and suddenly becomes the boss to the somebody who he was reporting to, she was reporting to. It's wrong. We need the PSMD to be transparent in whatever they are doing. And those people they've packed there, whoever they've packed there from DMMU, I'll be talking on DMMU because I know what I'm talking about. Can you find them something to do? Don't forget that they are family members, they are family people, they've got children, they've got whoever to take care of. Just like you who are packing them there, you are in these employments in order to eat. So this thing of piling people at PSMD must stop. I'll support this budget line, but I want to see transparency in this country. We are tired as people of Chiengi to see people being sidelined because they come from somewhere there's no one to speak on their behalf. Let every Zambian get a job on merit. Why do we send children to go and graduate? Is it to have few to be employed? It's very important that this government which said that they are coming for a change, we see a change. And to conclude, Mr. Chair, I want to beg this new government, UPND, to stop reminding us of PF did this, PF did this. It's the reason they left. Don't use PF as your benchmark. Don't use them. We want to see real change. We want to see every Zambian, people from Chiengi, from Lunte, from Mitete, anyone, as long as it's a graduate, they've got proper documents to get employed. Or if they are within the system, let them be promoted. Don't start promoting those who are from the university because they've got connections. This is what I wanted to say. Give those people you've piled at PSMD, give them jobs to do. They're family people. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Kamboni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You see, there is a tendency that, like I had said earlier on, when we go for services in these ministries, various ministries, government places, are we satisfied with the service we are getting? And this is why the Public Service Management Division is a very important division. It takes care of the most important department in any institution, who are the human beings or human resource. But what I've noticed is that we have kept on going on with the old system, but life itself is dynamic. A lot of changes have taken place in technology and everywhere. We need new systems that will monitor that the people that serve the public really do their work. I know we have new office bearers and they are trying their level best. We thank them. But the system now has become more complicated. If you go to many offices now, the service that you get leaves much to be desirable. You can go anywhere, it will take time. You have to be told, no, come tomorrow, do even simple things. And why do we have this? It's because we are still using old methods of checking on how these people are working. People should be checked by the systems to make sure that they are working. Put benchmarks so that they deliver, because they take the most end taxpayers' money. I don't understand why, up to now, we can't use the performance management system in these ministries. The performance management system will gauge each worker. It will make sure that each worker does his or her work effectively. Because if not, he or she will not be evaluated. For instance, under performance management system, each person will be accountable to the clients. The clients will evaluate you. your bosses or your supervisors will also evaluate you. The technology will also evaluate you to see how you work. And when an evaluation has been done, that is when you can now be suitable to earn an annual increment, which you have earned through work. And you know if you haven't worked very well this year, you will not be entitled to an annual increment. On top of that underperformance management system, you don't need to wait to be promoted to go into a certain scale. You can be lower, and one is a manager. If, let's say, a manager is in scale 1, I don't have to wait for the death of this manager to reach that. If I work very well, there is accelerated promotion, where I can still be where I am, still getting the same money the manager is getting, but I'm doing the work I was trained for. These are new systems. For instance, a good medical doctor, only one in Kalomo district, you remove him from the hospital where he was trained from. You take him to do administration, which he was not trained for. And then patients are dying, you give him, because all you want to do is give him a higher salary so that you keep him in the job. But you have removed him where he can be treating patients. Under performance management system, I don't need to go to administration. I can be down there in the hospital treating patients, but getting the same money like the PS if I deserve it. And that's why I'm saying we have been caught up by the old systems. We are using the same tools that are not bringing the results that we need. We need to change. Bring in different systems of checking how workers work. In some places of work, when workers report for work in the morning, there will be machines. You put in your finger and it will indicate what time you arrived. Our appraisal systems are outdated. Your boss will just write about you, or your leader or supervisor. You don't even see what he has written. These are old systems. If I am a manager and I am now evaluating a member, my worker, who has not worked well, I must write, and my worker must see, and also give him or her a room to defend herself. That what my supervisor has written is not true. This is the way this is what we call transparency. Correct appraisals, which are done in a transparent manner. But what gadgets have we put to make sure that these people that take a big chunk of our money are able to deliver? If you look in the budget, sometimes you get about 40% of the money going to pay wages for people who are not really delivering, most of them. They are out in trips, you go in the offices, somebody dies, the whole ministry is going for the funeral. You drive all the way from Livingston, you come to Lusaka, only to find the whole department. They are not there. These are issues that we need to. If anyone thinks that what Zambians are crying for now is not my brother working for me, is not my tribesmen working for me. No. They are looking for a service. They are looking for a service. They removed the previous government because they were not satisfied with the service. And what we need now is a service that will satisfy the clients. Who are the clients? The public. And managing a public is not easy. And that's what I'm trying to say. We need to invest in checking to making sure that it's because if there is a loophole, even a good worker will become lazy. He goes for work today, and when they finish at the end of the month, he gets the same salary with somebody who was not reporting for work. Next month, he will also be doing something else. He will report maybe for 5-7 days. The other days, he won't be there. And so they need to invest, research, and find out. Because somebody should be said, sure, by the end of this month, what work have I done? What work have I done? We go outside the country to learn what others are doing, but I don't think we bring anything, we put it into practice. So many workshops, we don't put what we learn into practice. You go now, what I left 19 years ago, it is still there. And yet a lot of changes have happened. If we look at the phone, we used to have land phones, we shifted, now we have cell phones, we have touch screens, now we have Bluetooth. That's how much things have changed. I think my own last word is that the Public Service Management Division has a lot of work to do. Come up with new methods of making sure that these people who get taxpayers' money do deliver to the public. Thank you very much.
Mr. Banda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to add a voice to this very important head. And I must say, that I support the budget line. But I have got something that I really want to put across to this House.
Order. As the time is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television. Business will resume at 17 hours. The House has actually resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, and Head 09, which is the Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President, has already been considered, and the House is currently considering Head 27, that's the Public Service Management Division. And Mr. Bando is actually on the floor of the House debating this particular head 27. So we do expect him to finish off his debate. And so far the House has considered one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74.
So when business resumed this afternoon, Madam Speaker did make two announcements in which she did recognize the presence in the Speaker's gallery of the staff from the Parliament of Uganda. And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of a staff from Honorable Member and staff from the Parliament of Ghana. So remember, business resumes at 17 hours. Right now we take a break and we'll be back at 17 hours. Stay glued right here on Parliament TV as we continue bringing Parliament closer to you.
The National Assembly of Zambia has embarked on an establishment of a parliamentary Christian caucus and the launch of a prayer breakfast. This initiative holds a great significance to achieve several objectives, which include affirming and promoting Zambia's declaration as a Christian nation, promoting dialogue and collaboration among Christian parliamentarians from different political parties and denominations. The Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP FAPRA, officially launched the Parliamentary Christian Caucus and the National Prayer Breakfast at Parliament Buildings on Tuesday, 7th November 2023. Speaking during the launch of the Parliamentary Christian Caucus, the Right Honorable Madam Nelly Muti MP said that the establishment of the caucus affirms the preamble of the Constitution of Zambia Amendment Act No. 2 of 2016.
Just like the Constitution, the caucus being launched today has Christian in its name, which may suggest that only Christian parliamentarians can participate in the activities. Contrary to that, let me make it clear that members of Parliament who may not belong to Christian faith are welcome to participate in the activities of the caucus. That is, if they wish to do so. Moreover, I believe that the values of the caucus will promote transcend denominations and religions. Distinguished members and ladies and gentlemen and honorable members, you will agree with me that we are living at a time when there is globalization and technological advancement. While appreciating the benefits of these developments, it is unfortunate to note that at the same time, that basic values and principles that ought to guide our lives have been eroded, displaced and replaced by alien values. We are witnessing high levels of moral degradation brought about mainly by the proliferation of social media platforms. It is therefore imperative that at such a time, a united voice from parliamentarians through this caucus is heard to provide the much needed guidance. Being an all-political group, the caucus occupies a unique position to not only provide guidance, but also lead as an example of unity in diversity. This caucus will contribute towards building parliamentarians and a general citizenry that will uphold Christian values for the benefit of our great nation, Zambia. With these few remarks, it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the Parliamentary Christian Caucus and the National Prayer Breakfast officially launched.
And Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Roy Ngulube, said that management welcomes the establishment of the Parliamentary Christian Caucus and the annual prayer breakfast for members of Parliament interested in championing Christian values and traditions.
You will agree with me, I guess, that spiritual communities are an essential ingredient in the achievement of national development, sustainable peace, and unity of purpose. It is for this reason that they should be used as a powerful force for bringing us together and addressing some of the challenges that we face. Especially, Madam Speaker, the current challenges that we are facing as an institution. As management, we are promoting and we have been promoting Christian values amongst members of staff over the years, but with much resistance. As you are aware, the National Assembly of Zambia Strategic Plan 2022-2026, among other core values, includes integrity, commitment to honesty, and adherence to ethical and moral principles of uprightness, honor, and good character in the conduct of business. These core values, Madam Speaker, are in line with the Christian values and traditions.
Chairman of the National Prayer Breakfast, Dr. Lutangu Lubasi, said that the caucus will encourage parliamentarians to pray and fellowship together, adding that the call to publicly launch the caucus and the National Prayer Breakfast is seen in the light that God has answered prayers, that the launch of the caucus has now become reality.
Madam Speaker, I would like to end by assuring you that the decision you have made to launch the Parliamentary Christian Caucus and the National Prayer Breakfast publicly is a step in the right direction. We believe that the step will go a long way in promoting Christian values among our leaders across the spectrum of leadership, from politicians, government leaders, business people, corporate leaders, leaders in the NGO world, as well as the private sector. As the National Prayer Breakfast Group, we wish to commit ourselves to continue standing with you in this very important endeavor. We also would like to second the proposal by the interim chairman that a chaplain would be befitting in Parliament as well. To champion the National Prayer Breakfast, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
And Bread of Life Church International General Overseer Bishop Joy Makando said that the Christian Caucus will enable parliamentarians to become agents of change in Parliament.
When we see steps like this of forming a Christian caucus in Parliament, it is a sign that at the heart of lawmaking, at the heart of one of the wings of government, we are beginning to have a Christian move. So for me, I am delighted. The Christian Caucus will provide a platform for parliamentarians to discuss and advocate for policies that promote Christian values and principles. I believe this group will be watchmen and watchwomen who will be able to stand in the gap and pray for parliamentarians and Zambia so that they may see the kingdom of God established in Parliament.
The interim chairperson of the Parliamentary Christian Caucus, Reverend Mrs. Imelda Munashabantu, who is Member of Parliament for Mapatizia, said that the Parliamentary Christian Caucus is not just a platform for members of Parliament and other stakeholders to come together, but a testament to the values that guide the actions and decisions of the nation.
The caucus provides a space for us to engage in meaningful dialogue, share our perspectives, and collaboratively address the issues that impact our constituencies. It is an opportunity to build bridges, foster unity, and work towards a more inclusive and harmonious society. As we embark on this journey, let us remember the responsibility that comes with this caucus. As an interim chairperson of the Parliamentary Christian Caucus, my executive and I feel entrusted with the task of advancing the common good, working towards the betterment of our nation. As our faith compels us to be stewards of justice, compassion, and love, and I'm confident that together we can make a positive impact on the lives of our fellow citizens. I wish to seize this opportunity to make an appeal to our Madam Speaker here, Ma'am, to consider establishing the office of the chaplain at the National Assembly of Zambia, as it is a case in other organs of government such as the judiciary and the executive. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to the Right Honorable Madam Speaker for playing a pivotal role in the establishment of this caucus. I further wish to thank all those who have supported the establishment of this caucus, the Christian Parliamentary Caucus in this Parliament, and to distinguished guests who have joined us today. Let us move together forward with faith, hope, and a commitment to the principles that guide us. And may our work be a testament to the enduring values of love, unity, and service in the Lord Jesus Christ.
In his vote of thanks, Mr. Jeffrey Mulewa, Member of Parliament for Kafulafuta, thanked the Right Honourable Madam Speaker for launching the Parliamentary Christian Caucus and urged members of Parliament to be champions of freedom of religion or belief.
I must say that we will not let your efforts, we won't let your efforts go down, Madam Speaker, for doing this. We shall try by all means to make sure that this day is upheld, both in conduct and in its operation. Sorry, my speech is not orderly, but what Mr. Roy Nguruwe said, we don't need to walk in secrecy. We are such a blessed nation to be allowed to call on the name of the Lord publicly. We just don't seem to understand what that means. Scripture says, blessed is a nation whose God is the Lord. And as Madam Speaker quoted from Psalm 133, I felt we've robbed ourselves of God's blessings by choosing to divide ourselves. But I'm sure that this is not the end. And no matter what happens, light always prevails over darkness. So whatever happens, whatever we are going through, we shall emerge.
The Parliamentary Christian Caucus has attracted participation in support of church mother bodies and various Christian denominations that will help uphold Christian values for the benefit of the nation.
My name is Walusam Lariki. I was born on the 18th of June 1982 at a rural health center called Smakumba in Lukulu district in the Western Province. I started my primary education at Lukulu Basic and later moved to Senanga Basic and then Sefula and proceeded to complete my secondary education at Solwezi Technical in Northwestern Province. I later joined the Zambia Air Force as a clerk accountant and then further proceeded to do ACCA from Zambia Center for Accountancy Studies, ZICAS, and then later on I decided to leave the Defense Force to go and do business in Senanga, where I've been until my election. I'm married, happily married to Mufuka Katongo. I've got children and the business that is flourishing and wonderful people in Senanga that we're working together with very nicely. Senanga is, it has got both the urban side and the rural side. We've got 14 wards in Senanga. Of those 14 wards, only 5 are along the road. The other 9 wards, there's no road to talk about where they are because of the Louis River. So it is a place which needs a lot of development, especially infrastructure to do with roads, as well as infrastructure to do with the schools. We have inadequate classroom blocks. We have very few clinics considering the large area that we are covering. So currently we have an urgent need to construct clinics as well as classroom blocks. Going forward, our people in Senanga need money. That is the cry of almost every person. They need something that they can lay their hands on. So in order for us to be able to achieve that, we want to industrialize Senanga. So we want to take advantage of the resource that God has given us, and that is water. We have plenty water in the Louis and a vast plain. We also have plenty water and a vast plain in Namkokoba. We also have that in Lumbe. So what we want to do now is we have engaged government so that we are able to grow sugar canes. We want to grow as much sugar canes because in other places where they need to actually create the canals and so on, there they are already made by God. So it will be easier for us to grow the sugar canes and then have an industry that is able to process sugar from that end. That is our vision. That is how we hope to go. Then we are also introducing wheat growing starting next year. We did the pilot, which has worked out very well. So the same fields which people are using to grow rice are the same fields that people will use to grow wheat after they grow rice. And then we'll be able to put up a milling plant that is able to process that wheat into flour so that our people have the jobs. So instead of our people just farming once in a year, we hope our people will be able to farm twice and thrice with the introduction of wheat. For the youths in the district, we have engaged government so that we are able to empower them through the provision of motor vehicles, the taxis. So all things being equal, this year we should have the first allocation of taxis that should go to our youths in Senanga. Other than that, we want to complete infrastructure. There is a theater that was started and stored at the hospital. We want that completed. We also want at the general hospital to have an intensive care unit part which is not there. We also wanted to have a fully fledged outpatient department to meet the standard of a general hospital. Our constituents in Senanga, I want them to be positive. I want them to know that every second, every minute, we're thinking about them and we're busy creating opportunities for them. These opportunities will come in different forms. Some of them will come in forms of money, in the way of grants. Those who applied for market booster loans, they are going to receive. Also, those who applied for grants, you can see this year we have actually been allowed, instead of us paying 1.9 million in Senanga, we are paying close to 4 million. So among our applicants, those over 456 who applied will be able to pay 400 this year and only remain with only 50 that will be able to pay next year. Bashembaka woman wondate kibu tumelo kwa kolo ye mulufile kulumi berekele kakolo ye lwa miezi za zembata kutoko hala mikwakwa mwasinanga mikwakwa yemutoka mwasinanga lo ayeza lokalile munasipa baliten kana kuyachole kwasinanga mwabona mikwakwa yeziwa kwanda yeo lwaleka mishini lipangaliko za kutopangisa mikwakwa ili kuli kukalasili musestaha lubane ni mishini yalo na vo grader vo excavator vo front end loader amoho ni vo compactor vekingisa kuli tipa iteni kale aluna kuleka kuli mikwakwa yalo nakafela yona
Mr. Chairman.
Comments as the House has resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. The head that is being considered is the head 27, that's the Public Service Management Division. So far, the House has considered head 9, that's the Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President.
And the House has also considered question for oral answer, understanding order 74. So the House has considered the question for oral answer, understanding order 74. And I remember when business resumed this afternoon, Madam Speaker did make two announcements, in which in the first announcement she did recognize the presence in the Speaker's gallery of a staff from the Parliament of Uganda. And in the second announcement, Madam Speaker did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of honorable member and staff from the Parliament of Ghana. So stay good right here on Parliament Television.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering Head 27, Public Service Management Division, and Mr. Banda, Member of Parliament from Chinga, had just started debating. May the Honorable Member continue?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I was just saying that I support the budget for PSMD when the time was up for break. Mr. Chairperson, I have got a very big concern, and I'm sure that my concern goes to the PSMD because I'm not sure who employs the people who are in charge for maintaining order on our roads. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Chairperson, is that as you go around Lusaka, you will meet a lot of tipper trucks that are overloaded going around on our roads. And this has been going on for a long time as if we don't have people looking at that. I'm just sure, and I want to pray that it's the PSMD who is in charge of the workers who are supposed to maintain order on the roads regarding how we should load. Government is spending a lot of money maintaining the roads. But then on the other hand, we have left the trucks freely moving, loading 45 tons on a road that maybe is just supposed to accommodate 20 tons. And such a truck is weighing 20.6 tons empty. Where are our officers, Mr. Chairperson? How are we going to develop as a nation? This is a very serious matter. If you go on Mumbwa Road now, you will find a lot of tipper trucks overloaded, parked along the road, waiting for night so that they can pass through the way bridge. The PSMD should follow up on the workers that are supposed to maintain the roads. Mr. Chairperson, thank you.
The honorable members, let's ensure that
our debates we should align our debate with the head on the floor so that we are more relevant to the public. So let's ensure that we read and research so that as we come to the House the following day, because in the evenings, later in the day, the order paper is usually circulated. So let's encourage each other to research more so that the public can benefit. Mr. Chitotera.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, allow me to also say some few words as we support PSMD, but with a caution. Chairman, the Public Service Management Division is a division of government that is responsible for management, administration of discipline, and of course, the promotion of civil servants that are employed by the public service. And of course, it deals also with the promotion. Mr. Chairperson, of late, we've seen an increase in the cases that are not properly managed and followed. We've seen civil servants who are being pressed under PSMD without a proper procedure being followed. So we want to call upon the Public Service Management Division that we just passed the Human Resource Management Bill that prescribed the conduct of those that are charged with the responsibility to manage human resource. And that bill does not just speak for the management, it also speaks to sanctions of people that are there to abuse their authority. It also calls for imprisonment. So we must be able to sensitize the public, more especially those that are in the civil service, that as you are discharging your function under human resource management, they must discharge within the preamble and within the confinement that is prescribed within the Human Resource Management Act now. We have seen a number of people, Mr. Chairman, working in the civil service, in the same department, in the same ministry. When I was in the Ministry of Labor, just to cite an example, I found a lady there working as an assistant commission. That was in 2012. I left the Ministry of Labor, and I served in various 5 ministries. This year, during the committee on child, reviewing the report, the person again appeared before the committee, coming from the same Ministry of Labor. How can you keep your staff in one ministry for more than 15 years? How are we going to motivate them? No. I think let's be fair. It is very demoralizing. Your junior comes after you. You are the assistant labor commission. Somebody who was a principal officer comes and jumps you and becomes a labor commission. And you are kept in the same position for 15, 20 years. Same ministry. You cannot be transferred. PSMD must be able to look at those cases and making sure that if we are to improve the productivity in government, government must be a reservoir of people with the high levels of the productivity, high levels of the motivation. We must be able to move people around and motivate people according to their service. We must not be there, the Public Service Management Division must not be there to frustrate the hard-working civil servants. We must be there to promote, motivate, and of course discipline those in discipline officers. But you find that if the officer is misbehaving, you have created some ministries that you think that is where you must go and park the most indisciplined officers. No, if his behavior, the behavior is not good in the Ministry of Finance, you look around and say, no, take him to that ministry. Let him go and learn. That is not the solution. Take him to that province. Let them go and learn. That is not the solution.
We must be able to administer functions that are assigned to us as human resource practitioners. We must be able to function within the preamble of the mandate that we are given. It is very sad, Chairperson. Today, if you check in the civil service, there are, if I'm not mistaken, about 700 plus civil service who are under PSMD and not assigned any function. They are just staying at home and they are drawing government salaries. Why should that be? Why should that be? And where is the Public Service Management Division? Why should that be the case? So we need to call upon the permanent secretary, the leadership at Public Service Management Division to exercise your authority within the mandate given to you by the law. And I want also to remind the PSMD that government passed a law that if you are an officer within the discharge of your function, you working outside the norms and the prescribed mandate that you have, you will be held responsible under the act called misfeasance. You will be responsible alone. You will not say, no, I was functioning as a civil servant. You have your mandate. You have the law that governs the operation of your department. You have the law that governs the operations of your mandate. But if you want to overstep your boundaries and think when you are called to account for your action, you are going to hide to say, no, I am a civil servant. I was discharging my mandate, so you cannot ask me to account in my private individual. No. You must bear in mind that if you do the excesses or you underperform, you'll be held responsible. You must function within the prescribed conditions that are given to you by the law, because you must not work outside the prescribed requirement that has been registered by this House to give you the mandate to function so for the good of the Zambian people. You are Public Service Management Division. You are there to provide a public service for the public good. But if you choose not to do that which is right, I want to assure you that one day you'll be held responsible. You'll be held to account for your action. Work within the mandate that is given to you. Work within what is prescribed within the law that governs your operations, governs your function. With these words, Mr. Chairman, I support reluctantly the vote on the Public Service Management Division. Thank you.
The acting leader of government business wind-up debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to wind up debate. Again, just a recap. PSMD, the functions of the division are human resource management and development, establishment control, record management, as well as strategic and performance management services. So I would like to take this opportunity, Chair, to thank all the members that debated this head 27, for their contribution. We value those contributions and should be able to take the same into consideration as we strive to improve the efficiency and delivery in the division, the PSMD. However, there are a few items that I would like to clarify that were raised by members of Parliament who debated. One is on the recruitment without advert. I think somebody raised this, Honorable Member for Shiengi. Yes, that is true. When we do not have a lot of numbers to recruit, what we rely on is the basic data that is already with us. and the ministries will recommend which slots or vacancies are there, and we are then, as PSMD, able to recruit those ones. Because the expense of advertising only for 1 or 2 positions is not worth it. And so we have a data bank, which we rely on, and we can refer to that and be able to employ. It's only in the case where there's massive employment that adverts are done, like in the Teaching Service Commission, also in the Ministry of Health. So you are right, but we are not going to do anything more than what we are already doing. The other that I would like to clarify is on staff members from DMMU who have been taken to PSMD and are in the pool. Yes, that is true. There are some staff members that have been surrendered to PSMD. They are in the pool and are waiting assignment in the wider civil service. These will be assigned accordingly. The other item that I would like to address myself to is the one from Honorable Daka. That's issues concerning payroll management. To address challenges mentioned on the payroll, workflows have been introduced which require inputs on the payroll to be checked by different people and also approved by different staff. In short, Honorable Member, we have in place what are called work process flows, which have been introduced to try and take care of the challenge and the problem that you mentioned. So we are well aware and are trying to work towards ensuring that this challenge is ameliorated. Then perhaps the last one is on the performance appraisal system. There was something that came from one honorable member of parliament, Honorable Kamboni, and it is, I would like to state here that the government has in place a performance management system where targets are agreed with the supervisor at the beginning of each year, and an open appraisal conducted and discussed between the job seeker, the job holder, sorry, and the supervisor. So that system, the one you refer to as modern, is actually in place. And the permanent secretaries also of every ministry are also appraised by the secretary to the cabinet on a yearly basis in terms of performance. And so we have systems in place to ensure that our staff deliver to the best of their ability. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to take this opportunity once more to thank you for the opportunity to make these clarifications. Thank you.
Head 27, Public Service Management Division, head total 79,551,866 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? I see none. I put a question. The question is that head 27, Public Service Management Division, head total 79,551,866 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye, or the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 27, Public Service Management Division, head total 79,551,866 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to head 17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Head 17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, General Policy Debate, The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, policy statement.
Mr. Chairperson, as we embark on outlining the specifics of the financial outlook for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, I'm honored to present a policy statement detailing the 2024 budget and expenditure estimates. Grounded in the directives set forth by Government Gazette number 1123 of 2021, this ministry showed us the crucial responsibility to implement Zambia's foreign policy and facilitate government's interaction with the international community for the purpose of enhancing this country's national interests. Our unwavering dedication to championing and safeguarding these interests remains the cornerstone of our mission, which is to effectively promote and protect Zambia's interests and maintain good international relations in order to contribute to our national development. Mr. Chairperson, this dedication finds expression in the Ministry's financial blueprint for 2024, with an estimated expenditure totaling 1,519,543,722 kwacha. The financial allocation, Mr. Chairman, stands as the linchpin enabling us to fulfill our mandate and represents a notable increase of 1.8% when compared to the 2023 budget allocation, which stood at 1,492,242,300 kwacha. Mr. Chairperson, the total budget allocation for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation is distributed as follows. Personal emoluments allocation, 1,303,069,204 kwacha, representing 86%. Recurrent departmental charges, 214,767,857 kwacha, representing 13.3%. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, a grant allocated to the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies, ZIDIS, amounting to 760,661 kwacha, representing 0.1%. 2023 budget performance, Mr. Chairman. Before I highlight the planned activities for the year 2024, I would like to take this moment to offer a synopsis of the 2023 budget performance by my ministry. As indicated earlier, the ministry's approved estimate of expenditure for the year 2023 was 1,492,242,300 kwacha, of which 1,020,073,944 kwacha has already been released. Mr. Chairman, of these funds, the ministry expended 987,375,725 kwacha, reaching a 96.8% expenditure by the third quarter. These funds, Mr. Chairman, were allocated to various crucial programs such as foreign policy implementation, international relations and cooperation, protocol, consular services, as well as infrastructure maintenance and other support services. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, a grant of 1,706,661 kwacha was provided to the Zambia Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies, showcasing our ministry's commitment to supporting specialized entities within our mandate. This reflects our strategic utilization of resources to further our objectives in diplomacy and international cooperation. Mr. Chairman, I now refer to key programs for the year 2024. In our quest to chart the course for the key program areas in 2024, the ministry remains steadfast in advancing Zambia's foreign policy In line with the 8th National Development Plan, our focus squarely rests on fulfilling the international and regional commitments as outlined in Gazette Notice number 1123 of 2021. Mr. Chairman, the significance of Zambia's foreign policy in our country's economic and political development cannot be overstated. It serves as the cornerstone guiding how we pursue and safeguard our national interests globally and also in the region. Under our administration, the new Dawn administration, Mr. Chairman, active engagement with the international community, both bilaterally and multilaterally, remains our top priority. Economic diplomacy, Mr. Chairman, takes the center stage of driving our pursuit for global opportunities for our country. And to fully harness these opportunities, Mr. Chairman, my ministry is committed to fostering partnerships, expanding Zambia's global presence, and also exploring the establishment of new foreign missions. All of this is aimed at fulfilling our country's geo-economic interests among other strategic objectives. Mr. Chairman, economic diplomacy can only thrive where the environment is peaceful, stable, and well secured. Therefore, under this government, peace and security becomes critical as we commit and engage with bilateral and multilateral partners on several initiatives. And as chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security, Zambia remains dedicated to promoting and participating in peace and security initiatives. And these include monitoring general elections in other countries within the region as SADC election observers. In pursuit of political and economic diplomacy, this ministry has allocated, Mr. Chairman, 23,166,546 kwacha to advancing socio-economic development programs through international platforms. Zambia is a signatory to the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, a pact, Mr. Chairman, on security and stability, including economic development. This, Mr. Chairman, is a collective support towards peaceful and transparent election processes that contributes to the advancement of peace and security in the agenda of the Great Lakes region. And to this effect, Mr. Chairman, an amount of 1,159,287 kwacha and 14 ngwe has been allocated for the calendar year 2024. Mr. Chairman, our participation in regional and continental bodies such as the Southern Africa Development Community SADC, the African Union AU, the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa COMESA, and the United Nations UN remains pivotal. Through our continued engagement, we aim to foster sustainable economic development and safeguard our country's national interests. Mr. Chairman, this also aligns with the country's policy directives, reflecting renewed confidence in our country at both bilateral and multilateral levels. This ministry will continue to build on its achievements with a particular focus on the implementation of agreements under the various joint permanent commissions that Zambia has signed with other countries. Mr. Chairman, this will enable us to continue strengthening our existing bilateral relations and also to enhance cooperation, particularly in our keen interest in trade and investment. Further, Mr. Chairman, this ministry will endeavor to facilitate the completion of joint projects with other countries and other initiatives that will enhance economic transformation and job creation for our country. Mr. Chairman, diaspora engagements play an important role in national development, and also this helps to strengthen engagements on topical issues which include trade and investment opportunities, access to land for our Zambians who are in the diaspora, and also to facilitate the process of voting, and also to enable them to exercise and participate in the political agenda of this country. As you may know, Mr. Chairman, the President of the Republic of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, recognizes Zambia's diaspora as the 11th province and an indispensable partner in the development of our great nation. In the year 2024, the ministry will continue to advance the effective participation of the diaspora in the development agenda through various diaspora engagements. Mr. Chairman, this ministry is also mandated to providing central technical services on the residual contamination of landmines and explosive remnants of war that continue to impede the socio-economic development areas in many parts of our country. Therefore, through the Zambia Mine Action Center, the ministry continues to find solutions for humanitarian and socio-economic problems for the local communities in suspected areas that have landmines, in order to create wider awareness for our people on the dangers of unexploded remnants of war. This ministry will continue focusing on mine risk education and also in the demining exercise to free up more land for socio-economic development. Mr. Chairman, in this regard, 3,954,938 kwacha has been allocated towards this program. Mr. Chairman, the Zambia Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies seeks to enhance the provision of diplomatic skills and training to adequately prepare our diplomats before deployment. I am delighted this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, to inform the House that the Institute has now been accredited to the Copperbelt University and has commenced the diploma course that we spoke about last year, and this commenced on the 5th of June 2023. Mr. Chairman, this is despite that the grant provided to the institution has remained unchanged, but this ministry is ambitious and will continue to foster this process going forward. Mr. Chairman, my ministry will also continue providing protocol and consular services to the diplomatic corps that we host in this country and also to other international organizations accredited to Zambia, such as the UN, who will continue to support them. Mr. Chairman, as I draw to a conclusion, I wish to mention that this ministry will continue to stand upright in ensuring that we strictly adhere to the financial management controls that have been espoused by the Minister of Finance, and will continue to push this country's foreign policy going forward. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further debate? Mr. Nkulukusu. Nkulukusa?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, for giving the people of Katuba and myself the opportunity to comment on this very important ministry in the realm of the factors that I'm going to look at. Mr. Chairperson, this ministry is very critical when it comes to both foreign direct investment in terms of attracting national branding for the country, as well as how it can attract tourism as well as tourism investment. Allow me, Mr. Chairperson, to look at very few components of what I can comment on. One, looking at the diplomatic shift in terms of paradigms, which mainly was started in the 20th century and has accelerated now as a way of moving countries from political diplomacy more into economic diplomacy. If anything, Mr. Chairperson, this ministry should have received more money, but we know the challenges of scarce resources that are supposed to be distributed to other needy areas. Coming to economic diplomacy, Mr. Chairperson, this mainly is a ministry that anchors in source markets two very important aspects of foreign trade in terms of attracting foreign direct investment as well as attracting tourism. Mr. Chairperson, before, this ministry was not considered very strategic because missions abroad were recruiting trade attachés and tourism attachés anyhow. I want to commend the minister that I have seen a shift in this direction to use missions abroad to profile countries and ensure that we send qualified people that help us in economic diplomacy. When you talk of the tourism attachés, Mr. Chairperson, it is very critical because they are the core in terms of if people want to come to Zambia, this is the source of information, and they are supposed to be well abreast with information about tourism products and services in the country. If we do not send trained people, it means it will be very difficult for us to attract tourism using our foreign missions in the realm and movement of economic diplomacy. This is the same case when it comes to attracting foreign direct investment. We are competing in the SADC region and in the sub-Saharan region to attract as much investment as possible, and we see the Minister of Finance always talking about how much we must invest in mining so that we can increase our copper production and start reducing the burden of the local currency by increasing the inflow of foreign currency. If we do not send trade attaches in missions abroad that are qualified to articulate issues of how important it is to invest in Zambia and how attractive the investment environment is in Zambia for investment, then we are going to miss it. So I want to again say thank you to the minister, because I have seen this shift. When I was director marketing at Zambia Tourism Board, I think I had about 4 of my managers that today now are in missions abroad and always talking about how eager they are to use the missions to attract tourists to the country. So we will see this change, and as I have said, if resources are allowing, we should have increased in giving resources to this. The second, I want also to look at the issue of national branding, Mr. Chairperson. Most of the time, the person where you go to get your visas or to find out information about, the ambience and the feel and look entails what sort of a destination it is, it be for investment or for tourism. And so I would like again to congratulate the minister that you continue to put resources for improvement of infrastructure in the missions abroad, because this speaks volumes in terms of what really the destination is all about. Many of the times when you go to see infrastructure of missions abroad that are dilapidated, then you start wondering what sort of a destination in terms of tourism or in terms of foreign direct investment it is. So the more we continue to improve our profile, the more we continue to improve the infrastructure, the more we are going to profile ourselves and look to be one amongst the best destinations in the sub-Saharan Africa. Lastly, Mr. Chairperson, I wanted to comment, or maybe second last, I wanted to comment on the issue of training. I know that the Zambia Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies is doing a lot of commendable job. I was a lecturer for 4 to 5 years there, where I trained people in international relations, in national branding, as well as tourism marketing. But what has happened is that when these people go, they don't receive CPDs, or continuous professional development programs. And I think it is very important that once we train them and we send them into these diplomatic missions, they must, maybe every year or every after 2 years, start going refresher courses, because paradigms are changing, economic realms are changing, competitions are changing, and of course ICTs are changing upon which platforms you promote these 2 very important economic agendas. So my plea, I think, is to say, as we send these, more especially those that are not coming from the background of trade or those that are not coming from the background of tourism, it is important that we continue to give them what we call CPDs, or continuous professional development, in order for them to continue attracting investment. Finally, Mr. Chairperson, I want to implore the ministry that we can use missions better. We can always identify, for example, the first 10 sources of tourists or the first 10 sources of foreign direct investment, and ensure that we send our cream de la cream in terms of human capital, so that we take advantage and leverage on what the country is doing to attract more foreign direct investment, as well as attract a lot of tourists. That way we are going to increase a lot of our growth, and we are going to contribute a lot to the GDP, but more importantly, we are going to bring a lot of foreign exchange and reduce the pressure on our kwacha. Mr. Chairperson, I beg to move.
Thank you. Mr. Mpundu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
to give the people of Chembe to also echo a voice on this important head on the floor of the House, that is head 17. Chairperson, the core mandate of this head is to promote foreign policy. These are issues related to political and economic diplomacy, peace and security in order to enhance interaction with the international community and territorial integrity. Mr. Chairperson, currently, just as alluded to what the ministers said, the country is trying to promote economic diplomacy than political diplomacy. But when you look at the budget that has been brought forth with, is that there is more money that has been allocated to political diplomacy than economic diplomacy. Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Chairperson, what we need to understand is that economic diplomacy, that's where foreign direct investment is. There is employment. At the same time, there is also tax base. And at the same time, it trickles also down to poverty reduction. Mr. Chairperson, when we talk of political diplomacy, this is just the interaction, the engagement that is there at presidential level and ministerial level with our international community. Mr. Chairperson, the emphasis should be on economic diplomacy. We need to make sure that we harness political diplomacy. And this has even rendered our diplomats abroad they are not very active. Because how do you expect a diplomat to hook investors? They need to have a conference. They need to talk to them. They need to do what? If the money allocated to economic diplomacy is less than political diplomacy. So, you need to interrogate this as a ministry so that we let our diplomats to be active. We are not going to have foreign direct investment just on one end at presidential level. No, that's part of the duty of the diplomats. Mr. Chairperson, I want to also talk about missions abroad, infrastructure. Infrastructure is not something to talk about, even to promote the economic diplomacy that we are talking of. Most of the infrastructure, they are not to the standard. It is just prudent that the ministry should look at these missions abroad. We are not saying that money has not been allocated to refurbish these missions abroad. Money is allocated. But the problem which is there is that the processes are not friendly to have this mission rehabilitated, including even vehicles for our diplomats. Some of the diplomats, they don't even attend certain functions because of the type of vehicles that they have. So you need to look at this aspect so that we improve this economic diplomacy that we are talking of. Mr. Chairperson, these processes as an impediment to make sure that the money that is put in this mission abroad infrastructure is utilized. They are made by man. If they are making the job of the missions abroad difficult, why not lobby for us to change these processes. What we need to see is progressing in terms of economic diplomacy. But if we just use to say, no, there's an impediment to do with the procurement processes, then we are not doing ourselves a favor. So, with that, we need to make sure that our focus should be on economic diplomacy. That's what Zambia needs currently. I'll cite an example. For example, in 2023 budget, the missions abroad infrastructure we budgeted 68 million. And 25 million plus was released. But the expenditure was 9 million plus. You can see the variances there. The money was there, but it was not utilized. Why? The reason, it could be the processes, procurement processes. So, with this gap, which is an impediment, it is just prudent that we have to look on these processes so that we receive the positive result of the economic diplomacy that we need. With those said, Chairperson, the people of Chembe, they support this budget, and let the ministry work on those gaps that I have alluded to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Michero.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for allowing me to debate this AHEAD 17 on Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Chairperson, this AHEAD is very important, especially in the situation we are today here in this country. Honorable Chairperson, diplomatic relationship is very important amongst countries. This time around, we have some people here in this country who are trying to ruin our relationship, with other countries. And we have people in the opposition, especially the Patriotic Front and Socialist Party and other political party leaders who are on a daily basis trying to fight other countries which are very good friends to the Zambian government. And it's not a long time ago, Honorable Mr. Speaker, the same political party opposition members, they went to the U.S. embassy where they wanted to seek for audience, but they were not accorded to because they realized that we are dealing with a wrong group, people who are not here to help the Zambian people to maintain the relationship with other countries. Economic diplomacy also is very important, just like the way the minister has already alluded to. And even a diplomatic relationship, Honorable Mr. Speaker, it's very important. And the good relationship with other countries, it is very important. We cannot manage as a country to manage a business alone without engaging ourselves with other international community. And even in the SADC region, the relationship with the countries here in the Southern Africa is very important. And also the good relationship with the COMESA countries, AU and UN, they are also very, very important, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, there are a number of diplomatic relationships, public diplomacy, cultural science and cyber energy, diplomacy and education. They are very, very important, Honorable Mr. Chairperson. And Chairperson, the other thing which I would love to request the Minister is, let me just also echo the same words which the previous speaker did allude to. On some of the infrastructure in some of the
in some of the countries. It's very important that we look after them, especially the Kenyan one. The Kenyan one, Mr. Speaker, the roof is even leaking. I think we really need to fund those people a lot. So it's very important. And the relationship also with other countries like Europe, America, Russia, EU, it's very important. And people must not be always telling us that this government is supporting imperialists. We are not supporting imperialists, but we people in this government, the UPND government, it is supporting every country, all the international countries. We support them, and they are very much welcome to this country. And Honorable Minister, the other thing which I would love to request you is on the issue of advert in South Africa. When you land in South Africa at Oliver Tambo International Airport, you'll find there is an advert that welcome to the home of Victoria Falls. Please, we really need to engage the South African government so that they stop advertising our own, and it's like they are making a lot of money. A lot of people are landing in South Africa. Okay, those who want to view Victoria Falls. When they land in South Africa, they simply say that it's just 1 hour plus going to Victoria Falls. That they are misleading other nations that Victoria Falls is sitting in South Africa, something which is not true. So you really need to engage your fellow Foreign Affairs Minister, Mr. Minister. Then, Minister, the other thing which is very, very important for you, which you must not do, is to get a presidential jet to go to other countries and bring millions of taxpayers' money, dollars. That one, you must not do it. Like the way we used to see things which were happening in the previous regime, where some people were at one point, Foreign Affairs ministers, could go to State House and get a presidential jet to go and bring the stolen money which was stolen from this country to come and bring it here to start buying helicopters and the airplanes, which the government has just recently recovered. Please, Minister, we don't want you to go to that route of a PF. A lot of money has been stolen through that ministry.
Honorable Member, ensure that if you make any assertion, you can back it up with evidence. So let's ensure that we avoid such kind of debate. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Chairperson, now let me just direct my debate now straight to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Minister of Foreign Affairs, please, I don't want to see you, including the Zambian people, to hire a jet, not to get a presidential jet, to go to countries like Turkey to bring money, okay, like the monies which were stolen, millions of dollars. That one we don't want you to
Honorable
see. Don't
Member,
go into that route.
I've guided you on that one.
Thank you very much,
I'll
Honorable
curtail your
Chairperson.
debate if you continue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
You can
Chairperson, otherwise, let me just urge this House and the Zambian people that please let us maintain the relationship with all the countries, and we must not just choose other countries who must become our friends. We must be friends to all the countries in this world, and we must not choose who to go to bed with. Everybody is very important. All the countries in this world are very important, and Zambia is not an island. Mr. Chairperson, I thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Omnyima.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, through you, I would like to support this budget with comments to the Minister of Foreign Affairs who submitted this budget, just to commend them for improving the works of ZIDIS, Zambia Institute for Diplomatic Studies. I am a product of ZIDIS, having been there and taught by former Ambassador Love Mutesa and Smata Capella. Mr. Chairperson, the current budget on infrastructure is not enough. Through you, Mr. Chairperson, Honorable Minister, when you go to India, the house of the head of mission in India was last occupied by Ambassador Spakeri Waluvita. From then on, it's never been occupied. The head of mission is renting. When you go to Zimbabwe, you have over 6 properties that are still being renovated. The renovations have been going on for over 5 years. And I would like to urge the minister to engage his counterpart at the Ministry of Infrastructure and Urban Development, because the engineers there appeared before the Public Accounts Committee. They were authorizing payments for work that was not done. That was not done at these properties in Zimbabwe. We have an over 4-story building in Zimbabwe. It's still under renovation. We can use that building, occupy it, and have it rented. In New York, the head of mission's house from 2011 was abandoned. The then government decided to be renting for $10,000 a month from 2011 to 2021. A property is not being renovated. A head of mission goes to rent for $10,000 a month. Now, when you look at the infrastructure, and which we have toured and visited as a Public Accounts Committee, we have lost money, Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through legacy issues of dubious renovations and money being sent and work not being done. So, Honorable Minister, through the chairperson, it is very important that you engage your counterpart from infrastructure to understand why payments were being cleared. Money, the government of Zambia paid millions of dollars for properties to be renovated in Zimbabwe, and this property is still being renovated, unless if it's changed. Mr. Chairperson, I would also like to commend the minister and the government policy on the approach of economic diplomacy as opposed to political diplomacy. I've supported your head every year, Honorable Minister, and last time when I questioned why we have more resources on political diplomacy, you did mention the opening of other embassies. I still hope that you are not still opening new embassies, because this was done again last year. And when it comes to economic diplomacy, Mr. Chairperson, the staff complement of these embassies, take interest. You will see how different and confusing the staff complement is in these embassies. I don't know whether it's a standard or people are still being appointed. It's now 2 years in government. By now, you should have finished appointing ambassadors. By now, you should have finished appointing first secretaries. And by now, as one of the debaters said, you must have trade attaches, who investment, because you will not manage to be always traveling with the president. Then I would like to talk also, Mr. Chairperson, about entourages. I feel that when necessary, the entourage can be big if necessary. And why am I saying this? The UN General Assembly, the last UN General Assembly, Zambia was underrepresented. I know this for a fact because I was there. There are meetings, key high-level meetings, where you would have lobbied for investment. There was no Zambian representation. And I'm saying this because I was there. And this is very important, that when you have clashing meetings like a visit to China and the UN General Assembly, you must consider splitting yourselves as an executive at a high level. Also, Mr. Chairperson, it is very important that through your Honorable Minister, your foreign policy must be clear to the country, and particularly to the Zambian people. We have a war in Israel and Palestine. Zambia chose to abstain in the vote to end that war, a resolution to end that war. Yet in this House, our Honourable Vice President said, you would love that war to end. So when you abstain to vote, you are neither here nor there. So your foreign policy must be clear. Is it a foreign policy that looks at humanitarian needs, or to maintain multilateral relations. And I think historically Zambia has given position. The ugly face of war, whether in the East, Middle East, whether in the Middle West, whether in Africa, is unacceptable. And we must support all resolutions that demand for the end of war. Also, Mr. Chairperson, I'd like to mention that it is also very important that missions that have permanent representations should reach a stage where high-level reports are made public or are interrogated by this House because of the expenditure that goes to these missions and the huge staff complements that is in these missions. With these few remarks, Honorable Minister, through the Chairperson, we support your budget and would like to encourage you to continue soldiering on. And you have our support, even as the second largest opposition party. We are here to support you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. Dr. Mwanza will be the last person, and the Honorable Minister will wind up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for according me this opportunity to echo something concerning Head 17. Head 17, Foreign Affairs Nation, is a very, very important institution in our country for international partnerships. I believe that we are shifting from political to economic diplomacy. So, for economic diplomacy, the flaws that are there as at now is that as a country, there's need to create performance bases. What are the key economic gains that we want to get from a certain mission? Then we need to set up certain kind of performance bases. Then another issue is, which has already been alluded to by quite a number of members, is the infrastructure in our foreign mission leaves much to be desired, more especially in African countries. But in Europe and Asia, the infrastructure is better. Unfortunately, the rentals, or rather the amount of money that they pay per month, is too exorbitant. China is, I think by now it's about $15,000 per month, then the house that the ambassador lives in. So looking at the budget of 70 million kwacha for infrastructure development maintenance, this is just a drop in the ocean. But when you look at the other African countries, our neighbors, the infrastructure is so much dilapidated that it does not even show any simple image of what is happening at home here. Our economy is a little bit better than some of the African countries. So there's need to carry out that image to be shown in other countries where we have our missions. These foreign missions, Honorable Minister, through Mr. Chair, why is it that every time there's a regime change, all foreign missions abroad are recalled? When you recall a foreign mission, the entire workforce, there's loss of institutional memory. And the new staff, to get acclimatized and get used to a country where maybe even English is not an official language, it takes more than 2-3 years for them to produce economic diplomatic results. The people of Kaumbe constituency believe that when there is change of regime, there is need to keep key staff in those missions to to leverage on the benefits and the contacts that foreign mission has. The commandate on economic diplomacy, it is very, very important for Zambia, which is which is the third world countries, to actually harness the economic will that we can benefit from foreign countries, foreign missions, for FDI, PPP projects, trade, tourism, healthy, and so on and so forth. It is amazing that just recently we were talking about some medical kits that were supplied by India, and one of the medicines is what we can call fake medicines. Fake medicine because it could not dissolve. It failed the test by Zambia. Such kind of things could be avoided by strengthening economic diplomacy, because the foreign mission in that country would be at hand to make sure that whatever we have imported from that country, they are there to supervise, carry out a test. We have trade attachés. We have trade attachés. We have education attachés. We have health attachés in those foreign missions. It is prudent that instead of taking the whole delegation, I remember that there was a delegation that went to India just to witness the loading of the health kits without checking the quality of those medicines that were packed. But if the foreign mission, which is there, headed by when we have the health attaché, when we have tourism attaché, it is a simple job. It is just a matter of delegating that health attaché through instructions from Zambia here to make sure that the medicines that we receive are of quality standards, that is enhancing economic diplomacy. On the diaspora policy, Honorable Minister, most of the Zambians have got a lot of what we can call brain drain. So many Zambians doing their trade in foreign countries. However, they are not benefiting the economic benefits of Zambia. And I'm glad that you've now come up with a diaspora policy. There's need that we strengthen, and we strengthen the diaspora policy for Zambians living abroad to benefit from the economic benefits of their country, to bring in to invest in this country. It is sad that people in the diaspora, Zambians living in the diaspora, you come here, they are destitute. So therefore, there is need that what the country is offering should be also available to people in the diaspora. In these foreign missions, there is need for government to avoid sending cadres. They should not be political oriented, because the services that they give to Zambians living in those countries, they have a certain political alienation. It gives a very bad image that you go to a foreign mission. I'll give you an example of China. Foreign students, there are two types of foreign students: those that are self-sponsored and on government scholarships. They receive no assistance from the embassy. Most of them, I'm sure, Ministry of Education, we've checked that a lot of students, they come back because parents maybe cannot afford to pay the bills. But if they go to the embassy, the attitude of most of the embassy staff needs much to be desired. With these very few words, Mr. Chair, I support the budget, but with the reservation to increase the infrastructure component of 70 million kwacha. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, wind up debate.
Mr. Chairman, firstly, I'd like to thank the House for supporting the budget for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation 100%. In particular, we welcome the comments that have been made by the Member of Parliament of Katuba, Mr. Nkulukusa, the Member of Parliament for Chembe, Mr. Mpundu, the Member of Parliament for Wengwa, Mr. Michelo, and the Member of Parliament for Nalolo, Mr. Wamunyima, as well as the Member of Parliament for Kaumbwe, Dr. Mwanza. Mr. Chairman, we do welcome these comments, very progressive debate, but we also, Mr. Chairman, just want to put one point that I wish to clear so that there is no misunderstanding in some of the things that we are doing at Foreign Affairs. Mr. Chairman, I want to refer the House to the issue of the war between Israel and also Hamas. Zambia's position, Mr. Chairman, is crystal clear, and I think I've been to this House to speak to this matter, particularly on the date when the Speaker allowed us to give an update on the welfare of Zambians in Israel. Zambia's foreign policy, Mr. Chairman, is anchored on two pillars. Number one is for us, as a country, to use our international relations to enhance the social and economic development of our country. And number two, Mr. Chairman, is to call for peace on all the hotspots around the world, including those in Africa. The eastern part of the DRC, Cabo Delgado in the northern part of Mozambique, Central African Republic, and also Sudan. And Mr. Chairman, the issue of peace, Zambia takes it very seriously, and you can see in our commitment. In Cabo Delgado, we have our own troops, Zambian soldiers, who are risking their lives there. We have also committed air equipment to ensure there is peace in that part of the world, in that part of our region. When you look at Central African Republic, Mr. Chairman, the commander of troops under the auspices of the UN there is actually Zambian. In the eastern DRC, Mr. Chairman, we are leading countries in the region to ensure that peace is restored in the DRC. How are we doing that? The President is the current chair of the SADC organ on peace, security, and defense, and politics. That shows commitment. Right now, the President, Mr. Chairman, is leading this region in ensuring that funds are lobbied from amongst member states of SADC and other cooperating partners to ensure that we send troops into the DRC to replace, to add to the efforts that are being done. Mr. Chairman, when we specifically talk about the issues in Israel, we are clear there. I think I would like to encourage members of the House, when there is a matter that is being tabled at the UN, colleagues, let's look beyond the title of the vote. Let's go into the details of what is being discussed. When Zambia did not absconded in voting on that particular issue that you've raised, our part as Foreign Affairs is to look at every technical detail that MPs may not have paid attention to. And just to give comfort to the House, Mr. Chairman, our permanent representative of the UN issued a statement after that to make it clear that Zambia does not support any acts of aggression between nations. Zambia does not support war. Zambia actually joined countries in that statement, again reaffirming our position to call for peace, to call for a de-escalation of aggression, to call for the silencing of the guns. That is Zambia's position. Once more, Mr. Chairman, I want to end where I started by thanking all members of the House for supporting the budget for for my ministry, 100%. Colleagues, and all your comments have been taken on board. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Head 17, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, head total 1,519,543,722. Any debate? Any objection? I've seen Mr. Mwambazi. The question is that Head 17, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, 1,519,543,722 stands part of the estimates. Mr. Mwambazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got 3 points of clarification on program 3436, international relations and cooperation. 2023, there's 6.1 million, and 2024 is 1.2 million. There's a reduction. So I would want the minister to clarify on how they intend to achieve, especially on this sub-program, international organization and corporations. Then the next one is missions abroad infrastructure maintenance. 2023, 68 million. There's an increase of 2 million kwacha, with much debate about infrastructure maintenance dotted around the world. I'd like him to clarify how they intend to achieve this, and also looking at missions abroad management and support services, which has reduced by 2 million kwacha. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation to respond.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that Mr. Mwambazi repeats the first part of his submission. I completely missed it. And if you could just give it to us a little bit slower. Mr. Chairman, thanks.
Mr. Mwambazi, may you repeat?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, Head 17, Program 3436, International Relations and Cooperation, then Sub-Program 001, International Organization and Cooperation. 2023 was 6 million and it's been reduced to 1.2 million. I wanted to clarification how we intend to achieve activities on this aforesaid program by that much reduction. Then under the same program, sub-program 009, missions abroad infrastructure maintenance. Yes, it has increased from 68 million to 70 million, with a much infrastructure dotted around the world in terms of maintenance. How do you intend to achieve that? Then program 3499, management and support services, under sub program 009, missions abroad, management and support services. 2023 was 12 million, now it's 10.9 million. How do you ensure that you also achieve activities under this program? I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Mwambazi. Mr. Chairman, the variances that have been alluded to, some of the funds we've opted to move them towards our chairmanship of SADC, the SADC organ, to assist us in hosting the various programs under that. And also, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mwambazi may wish to know that some of the things that we are doing at the ministry is to raise funds through cooperating partners. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
I put the question. The question is that Head 17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, head total 1,519,543,722 stands part of the estimate. As many of that opinion say aye, of the contrary say no, the ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, head total 1,519,543,722 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. We now move to Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, Policy Statement.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for according me this opportunity to present the policy statement on the 2024 estimates of expenditure for Head 21, Loans and Investment. Head 21, Loans and Investments, falls under the Ministry of Finance and National Planning, and the main purpose of this head is to facilitate formulation and implementation of government policy on matters of finance and investments, as well as the effective management of public investments in order to optimize return on investments as mandated in Government Gazette Notice 1123 of 2021. Through Head 21, Government will implement its policy on loans and investments, which include the capitalization of state-owned enterprises, funding for capital and non-capital projects, and fostering bilateral and multilateral relations through the payment of subscriptions and contributions to international organizations. Chairperson, this head is also used for dismantling of arrears across the public service and for interventions in strategic cross-cutting programs and projects across the country. Chairperson, let me highlight some of the notable successes under this head in the recent past. In 2023 fiscal year, the government of the Republic of Zambia, through Head 21, supported road infrastructure projects and other capital projects to support economic growth. Furthermore, significant outlays were made towards dismantling of domestic arrears with a view to unlock liquidity in the economy. To this effect, domestic arrears on goods and services have been domestic arrears on goods and services have been dismantled to the tune of 5.7 billion as at September 2023. This is in line with the commitment we made at the beginning of the year to dismantle domestic arrears. Chairpersons, other notable achievements under this head include modernization of the Zambia Revenue Authority, continued roll out of the government service bus, the enhancement of airport infrastructure, and infrastructure development at the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone. Further, the ministry supported small-scale businesses with access to affordable financing through interventions by the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. Chairperson, in line with the government's commitment to revive the Zambia's economy, resource allocation and priorities under Head 21 have been aligned to the 8th National Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Goals. To attain the objectives set out in the 8th National Development Plan, government through Head 21 will focus on the following. 1. Dismantling of domestic arrears in line with the dismantling of domestic arrears strategy. 2. Supporting infrastructure development under roads and air transport. 3. Supporting the completion of rescoped priority projects that were previously financed by external loans but have been migrated to funding through general reserves. Examples of such projects are the Kaflafuta and the Nkanda water projects. Number 4, improving border post infrastructure. And 5, infrastructure development at Kasaba Bay and Liwa National Park, among others. Chairperson, Head 21 has been allocated a total of 18.8 billion kwacha in the 2024 budget to support 3 programs, and these are namely 1. Financial investment management, 2. Project investment management, and 3. Centralized strategic payments. This represents an increase of almost 25% compared to the 2023 budget of 15.1 billion kwacha. The increase is largely attributed to the scaling up of the allocation to road infrastructure investment and management, which will improve economic opportunities for the country. Let me go through each of these three headings, starting with financial investment management. The financial investment management program houses the recapitalization of state-owned enterprises, which is aimed at enabling state-owned enterprises to become profitable and to provide for much-needed employment. The financial investment management program has been allocated 594 million kwacha. Of this amount, 399 million kwacha has been set aside for the recapitalization of state-owned enterprises. Additionally, a provision of 35.6 million has been earmarked to the development of local government financial management information system, which will be essential in monitoring the utilization of resources at local level. Further, 10 million has been allocated to the National Housing Authority to support operations of the institution as they respond to the need to provide affordable housing, while 150 million kwacha has been allocated to the recapitalization of the public service microfinance company in light of the launch of the Agricultural Assets Plus Loan Scheme. Project second head, or the heading, Project Investment Management Program. The Project Investment Management Program has been allocated 10.8 billion kwacha. Government, through this program, will implement capital and non-capital projects and other government initiatives. This program has 3 sub-programs through which my ministry will execute its mandate. First sub-program, the Road Infrastructure Investment and Management sub-program. This program has been allocated 8.3 billion kwacha for the construction, upgrading, and rehabilitation of roads across the country, so as to enhance economic opportunities in line with 8th National Development Plan. Under this allocation, 1.4 billion kwacha has been set aside for road upgrades from gravel to bituminous standards, 1.1 billion for maintenance of main, trunk, and district roads, and 4 billion for road infrastructure rehabilitation. Additionally, 1 billion kwacha has been set aside for techno-economic feasibility studies and designs, 148.3 million for axle load control, while 287 million kwacha has been allocated for weighbridge construction, emergency repairs, and road safety matters. Government will continue leveraging on the use of alternative financing instruments, such as the public-private partnerships in the road sector, to accelerate infrastructure development. The second sub-program is Project Implementation Management sub-program. This program has been allocated 1.1 billion kwacha. Notable allocations under this sub-program include 128 million for the continued implementation of the e-payment system through the government service bus and the onboarding of additional services onto the platform to enhance government revenues. Additionally, 328 million has been allocated to the Zambia Revenue Authority to enhance efficiency in tax administration and to reduce revenue leakages. Further, 63 million has been earmarked for completion of Millennium Challenge Account Project Compact 1 and for the commencement of Compact 2 readiness activities, while 3 at 6 million has been set aside to provide credit guarantees to viable micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises through the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. The allocation to the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme includes 186 million for the agricultural credit window. Furthermore, a provision of 70 million has been set aside for the establishment of the timber exchange and 27 million for planning and budgeting reform to improve budget outcomes and support ongoing reforms relevant to fiscal decentralization. Capital Projects Sub-Program has been allocated 1.4 billion. Of this amount, 240 million has been allocated for phase 2 of the completion of main hospitals to improve access to health services. Chairpersons, in a bid to promote local and international tourism and ease access to tourist destinations across the country, 92 million has been earmarked for infrastructure development at Kasaba Bay and 50 million for the Liwa National Park. Similarly, 701 million kwacha has been provided to upgrade provincial aerodromes.
The Honorable Minister to wind up.
Oh, I'm sorry. 700 million has been provided for aerodromes. Lastly, centralized strategic payments. This is basically for centralized strategic payments. And I'm happy to answer questions on that. 540 million has been provided for contributions to international organizations. Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Any further debate? Mr. Chitotera.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as I stand to support, but I don't support this Head 21 sitting in the Ministry of Finance. This is for purpose of consistency, because even when I was in cabinet, I used to oppose, and I want to invite my cabinet colleagues to check. Why should money for...
Now you said my cabinet colleagues, you are still in cabinet.
The current cabinet friends who are here, to take note. Are they not my friends? They are. Chairperson, if you check, why should money meant for the construction of mini hospitals sit in the Ministry of Finance in under Ed 21? It is the Ministry of Finance that is supposed to provide for accountability and the oversight. And they want to retain the money and spend. Under corporate governance, it doesn't work that way. I know when we've lived with abnormalities for a long time, it looks normal. This has been there for over 20, 25 years, but during Kaunda, this was not the case. That's why even ZPPA during Kaunda was in the Ministry of the Works and Supply, a ministry responsible for public procurement. Today, ZPPA has been moved to the Ministry of Finance. How can loans and investment, money meant for the road sector, sit in the Ministry of Finance? The only thing the Ministry of Infrastructure will do is going to seek authority to procure. Payment will come from the Ministry of Finance. The accountability will be done by the Ministry of Finance. The auditing will be done by the Ministry of Finance. How? How? We need to agree that the abnormality we have lived with for a long time must change. Late line ministries, why should the money meant for water development, for Futa Dam, sit in the Ministry of Finance, but the controlling office, who's going to be meant to account before the Public Accounts Committee, is PS in the Ministry of Water. But the ministry that is keeping money is the Ministry of Finance. The ministry that is spending money is the Ministry of Finance. The ministry that is going to audit is the Ministry of Finance. How?
This argument I was even advancing the time I was in cabinet, but because other colleagues of mine thought I wanted it to have power, I said, no, let us do the right thing right. So I want to call upon the current administration to look at how best we can administer Head 21 in line ministries according to their line of expenditure. How can you manage to control CBDD for the cattle city in the Ministry of Finance? How? So, Head 21, Mr. Chairperson, I want to put it on record. I even spoke 2 years ago. Last year I spoke, even this year I'm speaking. Is sitting in the wrong ministry. Let them remain with loans. But money for investment must be channeled to ministries that are responsible for their functions. We don't want to have a ministry with superpower. I know that the Minister of Finance has a sweeping power. He's a super minister among the cabinet colleagues, but it is a thing that we have created. It's a thing, Chairperson, that we have created for a long time, where you find all the minister for transport who need to go and queue before the secretary into cabinet for them to do the cassava bay. The minister for tourism, for him to work on the Rio National Park, he will go to secretary to treasury to seek for money. How? If money is for tourism, let it sit in the Ministry of Tourism. If money is for transport and works and supply, let it sit in the ministry responsible for logistics. That way we'll be able to follow, we'll be able to track, and we'll be able to control this Head 21. I want to appeal that let UPND government be the the second, because it was done during Kaunda. During Kaunda, money was given to various ministries for the procurement. That's why today, if you check the Institute of Public, the procurement are calling for the procurement general. But where is he going to sit? Because ZBPA, the department responsible for the procurement, it is in the accounting unit, in the Ministry of Finance. How are you going to control that? How are you going to control that? That's why you find that, because we even passed here in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chairman, a law that has moved stores management and placed it in Grand Accounting, the Public Financial Management Act. You start asking, what has the stores management got to do with accounting? It is the animal in man. It is the desire to retain power at the center by the Ministry of Finance, so that they will be able to control all the line ministries. But that is not good management practice. That is not good corporate governance. If we are to improve and making sure that accountability becomes key, Ministry of Finance is made to account for the money that they spend, for the money that they utilize. Let Ministry of Local Government, money that is going for the investment, let them be responsible for that, and let them spend and meant to account for the money that they have spent. Let Ministry of Tourism be accountable for the money that they have received and spent. Let Ministry responsible for infrastructure be responsible for accounting and the expenditure, so that when you send the Auditor General to go and audit them, you give a balanced report. Now, the Auditor General is in the Ministry of Finance, the Accounting General is in the Ministry of Finance, the Secretary to Treasury is in the Ministry of Finance, Loans and Investment is in the Ministry of Finance, and then you expect them to go and audit themselves? So these are questions that we need to ask ourselves and say, have we been doing the right thing? If we have been doing the wrong thing, I think Dr. Musogodwani may be the first minister after my brother Chulwa became president to revert back to Kaunda days, to do the right thing. I want to call upon the minister, chairperson, that let's disband Head 21, give money to various ministries according to their mandate. Let's make sure that Zambia Public Procurement Authority goes to the ministry responsible for procurement. If it is the Ministry of Logistics and Transport, let that unit go to logistics and transport. How can an accounting firm, the Ministry of Finance, be responsible for procurement? How? So with these strong reservation and appeal to this administration to consider breaking up Aid 21 so that money can be given to various ministries. Mr. Chairperson, this budget, I'm supporting it for the last time next year. I will oppose until money are given to various ministries. I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mngando.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I'm very glad to hear proposals that were coming from our former Minister, Infrastructure, that he made proposals which were not implemented. That was very unfortunate. Coming to this head, Chairperson, for me, I'm more concerned with the rural local government road infrastructure, which has been local authorities' roads. If you look at the amount of money that has been allocated under this head, is 434 million. We know that in the past this money was not there. We only hope, Honorable Chairperson, that Chama local authority will have a share of this money. It's a small amount of money because the people of Chama, Honorable Chairperson, particularly Chama South, are crying for a feeder road, which we cannot do under CDF. This is Mnyukwa Chifunda. I've just returned from Chifunda, Honorable Chairperson. It's a nightmare. You can't imagine how our people have suffered there to access Chifunda, which has more than 3,000 people, just in one settlement. If you include Kasera and Zewe, we are talking about 4,000 plus people settled in that area. And yet, when it is rain season, it's practically impossible to reach these areas. I was comforted by the Minister for Eastern Province, who had indicated that this stretch of the road will be covered under a World Bank rural connectivity project this year. But the year is coming to an end, and we are getting concerned. If this head at all will be meaningful to us, the people of Chama South, we are praying that the government should include that stretch. Another stretch that we are promised under World Bank Rural Connectivity is a Musa Chikwa. Chikwa is a settlement of not less than 6,000 people. Just one settlement. If we add Manga, Chigoma, and those other areas, you discover that there are more than 15,000 people. But we are cut off again during rain season. We pray, Honorable Minister, that you include these feeder roads on your plan. Another area of concern is Chama Mapamba. I know, Honorable Chairperson, you know these areas very well because you've traveled in that area and you've lived there. I'm confident that being a product of Chama Secondary School, where you were enjoying your stay during your youth days, you know these areas very well, Honorable Chairperson. And I pray, Chairperson, that yes, the contractors in the past started this stretch. Unfortunately, all contracts were cancelled. Few crossing points need to be constructed, Honorable. I've seen there's a provision here for bridges. Please, Honorable Minister, ensure that Limunga stream, Lunzi stream, and Lundazi stream, including Luelo streams, these are 4 bigger streams that have remained. The rest of the streams along this stretch have the roads or crossing points already constructed, some abandoned at about 80 to 90%. In some instances, up to 95%. But because the contract was cancelled, the crossing points have been abandoned and are being damaged. So under this head, we are praying that Honorable Minister, you look into that. Then aerodromes. There is a head here for the construction of provincial aerodromes. I want to report to you, through you, Chair, that in Chama, our aerodrome was actually abandoned. Earthworks started, asphalt plant was set up, but all of a sudden, it was just abandoned. That is the reason why probably we are in trouble. We are right now on the sitting on the left because of abandoning crucial projects like the Chama aerodrome. That is a very strategic. That is a very strategic town, Honorable Chairperson, which is linking both Eastern and Eastern security in terms of international gateway. We pray that this aerodrome should be attended to. We are grateful. For us, we will not shy away from mentioning things that are being done on the ground. The Kampemba Bridge has progressed. Honorable Minister, we are very grateful, and I know under this head probably it might cover the expenses of completion of that bridge. Ruangwa Bridge, which was about to be washed away, RDA has moved on site. We are also grateful. Just a temporary bridge, that is a temporary bridge. We hope this head will now include the construction of the actual permanent bridge that needs to be put there. Another area of concern for the people of Chama South in particular, is Chama Matumbo Road. It's only 61 kilometers remaining, Honorable Minister, 61 kilometers. Then you will connect the people of Chama, people of Eastern Province, and people of Northern, people of Luapula. You can imagine the goodwill, but by just attending to this small stretch, Chama Lundazi, we are grateful. Sport improvements work are being done by RDA, but we want to appeal. Clearly, I don't want to underestimate the power that ZNS has. But in most cases, they seem not to be delivering on time. You see senior people visiting, making a lot of trips, but in terms of work on the ground, most of those people who have had ZNS on the ground would testify that probably much of the cost goes to management as opposed to the work being done. So I would propose that probably we revert back to engaging contractors who have history, good, reputable history in the especially feeder roads, to ensure that our roads, especially feeder roads, are attended to. We know others would argue that we have CDF. Yes, we've procured brand new Caterpillar graders, and other equipment is actually on its way to Chama, but that will attend to trunk roads. Main roads, Honorable Minister, we are counting on you to ensure that the people of Chama are connected. I submit, Madam Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, as I support the head. Thank you.
Thank you. I encourage the would-be debaters, Mr. Mwambaza and Mr. Zulu, to ensure that if we can use 5 minutes each, it's okay, so that we conclude. There's a lot on the table that we have to conclude. Honorable Mwambazi, Mr. Mwambazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take too long, and thank you, Minister, for the policy statement. And let me indicate that I do support this budget of Head 21. But, Mr. Chairman, let me just put one or two things into context, which were submitted by the earlier speakers, especially the issue of moving investment away from the Minister of Finance. I think that's not feasible. First and foremost, if you look at the Minister of Finance, vis-a-vis the investments, Minister of Finance are the guarantors of whatever government borrows and gets, and also I don't understand the aspect on how the Minister of Finance audits itself. I don't know what aspect, because Minister of Finance is audited by the Office of the Auditor General. They've also got a Department of Internal Audit where the controller sits at the Minister of Finance under the Office of the Secretary to Treasury. So there are all those systems. So it does not audit itself, but it's audited. So it's imperative that we speak to things which are on the ground, even issues of stores being under the finance. That is an accounting issue which we cannot dwell on so much. Mr. Chairman, let me proceed. I just wanted to put those things into context. Let me proceed and thank the Minister of Finance for making provisions for Kafulafuta water project after rescoping, as well as Nkana water, which will change lives of our people from the copper belt. But my comment, Mr. Chairman, in terms of recapitalization of state-owned enterprises, I think, Minister, it's important that even as we proceed to recapitalize these state-owned enterprises, which is very, very important because it brings in employment and also ensure that the state-owned enterprises are operating effectively. But we need to do a cost-benefit analysis because some of these state-owned enterprises, from time immemorial, they've been recapitalized, and yet they don't yield any dividends to the government to that effect, to ensure that government also, the treasury is not stressed to that point. So it's important that we relook on some of these state-owned enterprises and make informed decisions to ensure that they're working on a profit and they are a business, as it were. Let me also comment on the local government financial management systems. I think that's very, very important because Minister of Finance, that brings into a lot of accountability and also to ensure that systems, especially in our local authorities, can be interrogated also with the coming in of or the increase of CDF to 30.6 million is very, very important because the line ministries and provinces, they have the IFMIS, which is a integrated financial management systems, which helps us, also helps to bring into accountability issues to that effect. Let me also just quickly comment on road infrastructure development, very commendable. The movement from 4.9 billion to 8.3 billion, that shows that the government cares and are looking into ensuring that they improve infrastructure to that effect in this country. So we do commend the New Dawn government for that. Let me also look at the issue of dismantling of arrears. Most of our people, especially local contractors, are owed a lot of funds, and the provision of 8.3 billion, 6.8 billion, Minister of Finance, is very commendable to ensure that our local contractors can have access so that they can quickly recapitalize their small businesses. Mr. Chairman, I thought to comment on those few issues as I support this budget. I thank you so much.
Mr. Zulu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I will just touch a few things. I appreciate, Minister, your pledge to road rehabilitation, road maintenance, but I have a problem. Looking at the money we are trying to spend as a country, I think we've forgotten something which we need to do. The road control. We've put 148 million, and for me, this money is too little comparing to the money we are spending in maintenance of roads and trying to rehabilitate new roads and construct new roads. In this country, we've been the weakest area we've been in terms of roads. It has been on axle control. We do nothing as a country. We've let cheaper trucks in this, especially in Lusaka, loading 25 tons in a single tipper truck. And if you look at the money we're spending here, it's just too much. My plea to you, Minister of Finance, is to see that we empower this Department of Axle Control. It's very important to our roads. It seems simple, but very important for us to save the resources we have as a country. And I'm very disappointed, Minister, that in Nasanga Farm Block, you have allocated the zero amount. I was thinking that we needed to come up with more investment on this farm block so that we see to it that we start getting a lot of agriculture produce from this farm block. Then in the Ministry of Health, you've allocated about 209 million for main hospital construction, for main hospital projects. I wish one of these main hospital would be given to us, the people of Nyimba, because if it comes to hospital facilities, my constituency is the most neglected constituency in this country. And I can attest to that, because there's nothing happening in terms of health facilities, apart from the few projects we are doing under CDF. So from this money, we want to see that the money completes our hospital, which has been abandoned for the last 7 years. The main hospital is also given to us. The other project we're missing to make money, I don't understand this one, which I will need a proper answer from you, Minister, is the electronic vehicle project, vehicle batteries project. We have allocated nothing on this. For me, this is where we should be making money as a country. The country needs to start making money, not just borrowing money or going to donor countries every day with a begging bowl. We need to start making sure that we also start making our own money. I want to touch on the local authority rural roads. The money you've given us, I appreciate you've allocated something. But to my fellow rural MPs, you need to be very clever, because all this money the minister has given us is going to the urban constituencies and urban districts. You from a rural constituency like me and him, the Minister of Finance, is not going to have a proper road network constructed in his constituencies. So for me, I'm even proposing members of parliament that the road infrastructure upgrades, which is sitting at 1.3 billion, 1.350 billion, we get at least 300 million. We put it to the local roads. I'm also proposing that the 4 billion for road infrastructure rehabilitation, at least we get a 500 million to give us, to give it to the local authority roads, so that in the constituencies where you come from, in the district, the rural district where you come from like me, these rural districts are given proper roads. Because development is not just about people who live in the cities, it's also the people like me who come from a rural constituency like Nyimba, where there's no single tarmac road, not even a meter. We also need bituminous standard roads. So it's for you, members of parliament, to make a decision. Either you want only the cities to be developed and forget about your rural constituencies or rural district, or we move as a country as all equal Zambians. With these few words, Mr. Chairperson, I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was faster than my head. The Honorable Minister to wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank everybody that has contributed to this debate. All the points have been taken note of. Those with specific questions, maybe we can sit quietly in some corner, then I can respond to you, because there's a limited time today. Regarding the issue raised by Honorable Chitotela, indeed, as he has indicated, this arrangement has been there for a long time, but I want to correct him that the Minister of Finance does not procure roads. The roads are procured by the Road Development Agency. The Minister of Finance just provides funding. It's a financial management service where block amounts are provided and it's up to the ministry responsible for infrastructure to decide where that money is to be applied. And indeed, the Office of the Auditor General, I'm surprised to hear Honorable Chitotela saying it's in the Ministry of Finance. How can it be when the Constitution is very clear that this is an independent and autonomous institution that does not report to the Ministry of Finance in any way, not even to the President. It reports directly to Parliament. That's why we have the Public Accounts Committee that receives that report. So I think there he was misleading the public, and therefore it was important for us to correct that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head total, 18 billion, 808,846,703 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? The question is that Head 21, Laws and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, head total 18 billion, 808,846,703 stands part of the estimate. Mr. Sampa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head 21, Loans and Investment. On program, I have a question or clarification on program 02. Can I go ahead? 04 assets. We've seen from last year, Mr. Chairman, it was 200 million, but it has increased by 150% to 450 million. I do know that the government of the UPND is neither socialist or communist. It's more pro-capitalism to support the private sector, to do business while they give an enabling environment with policies that promote entrepreneurs. So why is government increasing this line of assets? This money could have gone to other sectors of the economy, the hospitals, roads, and elsewhere. Why has the government increased assets, head 04, by 150%? I seek clarification, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The assets that we are talking about includes the roads, Honorable Sampa. So all those things that have to do with the roads, that is part of the assets, the investment into the border areas, like I think there's a plan to open the border at Zombe, that links Tanzania with Zambia through Mbala, and several other border posts. The issue of the airdromes that we talked about in the provincial headquarters, all those are part of the assets, and that's where the money is going to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Mwanza.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I draw your attention to page 235, program 3440, project investment management. The road Katete
Chanida Road, which is T5, T6, Road T6. There's a target number of kilometers to be maintained, to be periodically maintained, of 10 kilometers. Why are we targeting 10 kilometers when this road is under PPP project implementation? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable colleague is right. The Katete to Chanida Road PPP contract was recently signed to do the road. But at the time when the budget was being prepared, we had not yet signed. And now that the PPP road has been signed, and as soon as we can have the confidence that this will happen, then the Minister of Infrastructure can make adjustments to the money that is going to be appropriated to him so that that money can go elsewhere. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sampa.
This is the last question, Mr. Chairman, but it's been burning to me. On page 231, Mr. Chairman, head 3439001, recapitalization and investment. We saw in the budget of 2023, there was roughly 255 million. And then you're proposing, Honorable Minister, that next year, 2024, it's increased to rounded off 594 million, which is like 100% increase. So it's in government proposing to put this money in investment. In my preamble, I said, shouldn't government, this UPND government, be disinvesting? I presume this is in the IDC. The question is, why are you putting so much money in companies? Is government in the business of running investment? Are we going back to the ZCBC era? Why so much money is being put aside for government to invest? And the last one is on page 233, head 02, use of goods and services, the item 30, electronic vehicle batteries project. Last year, this year, 2023, Honorable Minister, you had put aside 20 million. Next year, 2024, you are proposing to put 0. We heard your policies as the UPND government that you want electrical vehicle manufactured in Zambia, and also with the minerals that we have that support investment in electrical vehicle batteries. Why are you deciding to put 0? What happened to the 20 million? Is the project being abandoned of making batteries in Zambia for electrical vehicles? I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Starting with the vote of the recapitalization, which, as Honorable Sampa correctly says, stays at 594 million, or rather proposes 594 million. Not all of this goes to the capitalization. Some of it goes to support the Ministry of Local Government in terms of introducing information system so that all these issues of CDF, we can track the monies properly. Part of it goes to recapitalize the public service microfinance institutions. That's where civil servants borrow, members of parliament borrow, and so forth. In terms of the car battery, all the essential works have been done. I think what remains is for the private sector to pick it up. That's why it is 0-0. Thank you.
Head 21, Laws and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head total 18,808,846,703 stands part of the estimates. Any debate, any objection? I put the question. The question is at Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head total 18,808,846,703 stands part of the estimate. As many are without opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 21, Loans and Investment, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Head total 18,808,846,703 is ordered to stand as part of the estimate. As the time is past 19:10 hours, I interrupt proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The Committee of Supply will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of the expenditure for the year 1st January 2024 to 31st December 2024 has considered Head 09, Head 27, Head 17, and Head 21, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Thank you. Day of resumption of committee work.